The teams that I'm leaving out are actually two of the teams. But at 6, the Cleveland Browns.
Joe Flacco. Still a big fan.
Joe Flacco did a nice job, but it's that incredible defense that they've been able to put together with Jim Schwartz as the defensive coordinator.
Starting your Hall of Fame speech for Joe Flacco?
No, not at all. Coming up next at the 5th spot, despite the loss to the Buffalo Bills on Sunday, we're going with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
At number 4, a team that I love dearly, but they've played like poo-poo the last 2 weeks against really good teams, and they really haven't even been competitive, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. And I was actually thinking of them moving them even down further, but giving them the benefit of the doubt of the first, 11 games of the season. At number 3, the Baltimore Ravens. They're just a solid team. Their defense is good. Lamar, for the most part, is playing pretty well. They've battled some injuries. Hell, I mean, even when they play weird, they still find ways to win, like Sunday with the punt return.
Yeah.
At number 2, it hurts. The Dallas Cowboys.
I hear you.
And at number 1, Rico's boys, the San Francisco 49ers, and it ain't even close. To me, it's 49ers, then there's another tier of the Cowboys and the Ravens, and then 4, 5, and 6 after that. I'm a little down on the Eagles. I don't even have them in the second tier right now.
Well, I mean, and so the thing with the Eagles is defensively. Offensively, they've had some turnovers, and we've talked about Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff. The numbers are very comparable, but defensively, they've allowed 36 points per game over the last 3 games, and you can't. We both agree. You can't win championships with a defense like that. That's why we don't have the Lions in our Super Six anymore. They were in there for a while, and part of it is also the turnovers offensively, but I think they can get those fixed. Defensively, I don't think the Lions can get things fixed to the level that they need to. My first 4 are the same as yours. I've got Philly at 4, Baltimore at 3, Dallas at 2, and San Francisco at 1. And it is painful to put Dallas there, and especially with as critical as I've been about Dak Prescott, but I think Dak is, over the past 8, 9, 10 weeks, has played extremely well since they lost to Arizona.
He's in the MVP consideration.
He really certainly is. Now, 5 and 6 for me are a little bit different. I've got one that's been in there for a couple of weeks. Cleveland is new for me. Cleveland is in there, and they're at 5 with what they've been able to do. And I think Stefanski, there was a lot of expectations on him when Baker Mayfield was the quarterback. They went to the playoffs. I think everybody thought that they were going to continue to rise up in the NFL, and obviously that didn't work out. But now to be able to do it with Deshaun Watson, but Deshaun Watson hasn't been there. Finding a way to make it happen with Joe Flacco, to me, is unbelievable. Defensively is why they're here.
Yes.
But for me, number 6 is Miami still.
Yeah, I get it.
Miami offensively is so explosive. And I know that you could say, well, they haven't done it against really good teams, and they lost in Germany to Kansas City.
And they blew that game
Monday night. They certainly did. But I think with a healthy Tyreek Hill, Tua Tagovailoa right now is the number 1 passer in terms of numbers in the NFL. Now, he's got some great weapons to throw the ball to, which makes them, very, very dangerous. But looking at their defense, and I think I put them in there last week, and Gov, you had mentioned their defense starting to play a little better. I wanted to see more from them on Monday night, but I think Miami is in that conversation, is one of the top 6 teams.
I think the top 4 is undebatable. At this point.
Right.
San Francisco is the clear 1. I think Dallas, Baltimore is a fair argument. I'm going Dallas 2, Baltimore 3, because I think Dak is a better passer than Lamar. I'd love to see that game. I think that would be a fantastic game.
Think that'll be the Super Bowl?
It'd be fun.
I don't think Dallas gets by San Francisco, as long as San Francisco stays healthy.
Right.
Don't forget Dallas played them very tough last year in the playoff game. I know this year the Sunday night game got out of control, but Dallas is. I'm proud of you, by the way, what you said about Dak. It shows that you're willing to change gears and admit when a guy has created enough of a sample size here
for
an extended period of games now, you can't deny what the guy's doing. I mean, it's a great story.
The connection that he has with CD Lamb right now is second to none in the league.
The way he uses his tight ends too,
and he seems to have a great relationship with McCarthy.
Yeah.
Are
they going to finally do it? All right, the Eagles are 4 right now. I still think they're right there with these other teams. I think the top 4 is like tier 1. I'm having a tough time separating some teams right now. It's almost like we put number 6 as the flavor of the week. And I'm going to go off the radar here a little bit and actually just go with somebody that maybe their record doesn't quite match it right now, but I truly believe. I'm putting at 5 the Buffalo Bills. I think they're playing arguably as good as anybody in the league right now, minus San Francisco and Dallas.
And they play Dallas Sunday.
Yeah, and this is going to be a game where am I right? Do they belong? I think if they get in, they're a threat to get to the Super Bowl. Josh Allen's been playing a lot better, a lot more mistake-free. A couple plays in that game last week look like the old-school Bills. Ever since they fired Ken Dorsey, they've been rolling. They screwed up and lost that game against Philly. And
it's because they're playing like terrorists.
You know, it's just I'm just moving on. There's no wins there.
No.
Number 6 is Kansas City. I still think with Mahomes, they're a threat to get to the Super Bowl. And I think that that tier 1 was a top 4, tier 2, Buffalo, KC. Tier 3 is the Lions, Miami, Cleveland, Jacksonville right now. I can't separate these teams. Just when I think one of them is good, they screw up and lose a stupid game.
The only reason I put Kansas City in there was because of their defense. There's only 2 teams that have given up fewer points than the Chiefs, and that's Baltimore and San Francisco.
You go look at point differential, and I based a lot of that off this at this point. And just I've seen Buffalo play a lot the last couple of weeks, and I think Buffalo would beat Detroit, Miami, Cleveland, and Jacksonville.
I would like to see that game, Buffalo-Detroit. I think you got 2 different outcomes, one in Buffalo and one obviously in Detroit. And we saw it head-to-head last year. It was a very close game.
Yes.
But I'd like to see
Dan Campbell
it this year.
might have messed that game up.
Yeah.
Well, Jared Goff took a safety, too.
Yeah. I don't want to see
Jared Hooker this year.
Yeah, I don't want to. Well, we don't have to worry about it. But I don't want to see Jared. I don't want to see Jared Goff play in Buffalo in December. But we don't have to worry about that. So the only time they'd play would be
Can you imagine
in the Super Bowl.
His hands in that cold.
Oh my God! How about the caller we had?
Right? Shrinkage.
We had some lady call on. We had some lady. We had some guy call on. We had some guy call on Sunday on the post game show. I think it was on Sunday where the person said, "My wife doesn't watch football, but she was watching the game, and she goes, oh my God, that guy, his hands, Jared Mittens," she called him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, all right, coming up next, we'll hear Jared Mittens. That's what she called him. We'll hear from the guy who led the Lions to their only playoff victory in my lifetime, and he has some remarkable things to say about his head coach. That's coming up next here on Stoney and Jansen, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, football season is here. Dive into the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. That's right. Located at the Circa Resort and Casino. Biggest games for every sporting event, particularly football. They got 6 pools, 3 different levels, a massive 40-foot tall high-def screen. It's incredible. They have other screens as well, so you can just sit at the pool, watch all the sports. And you know what they have there? They got swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, all sorts of stuff. They got, places where you can place bets right there on the games, poolside. You want a little privacy, get a cabana or a lounge. It's sports 365 days, and it's located at the Circa Resort Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan is staggering. The attorney that you choose to help must have the specialized knowledge and expertise to handle these complicated cases. Injury attorney David Feminino and his team have helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years. That's 2.5 decades of building that knowledge, expertise, and experience, and they stand ready to help you right now. If you've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Yeah, what a good dude. Hey, guys, you ready to score a touchdown with the best Christmas gift for your special someone? Maybe you'll be able to cross the goal line by getting Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. Naturally nude pajamas are soft and silky, better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. And here's the kicker. When you order naturally nude pajamas today, you'll get a free naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 savings on a very luxurious 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. Better yet, if you're like me, kind of a klutz, you can't wrap a present. You can even add gift packaging when you order today through Pajamagram.com. Guys, this is the holiday gift that is sure to make her happy. Give her the gift of PJs, and she might give you a great gift today. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas? Go to Pajamagram.com today for naturally nude pajamas before they sell out. That's Pajamagram.com, and don't forget to tell them Stoney sent you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It kind of sounds like, which Rocky was it? Rocky 4 when he's in Russia? And it sounds like a mix of one of those songs with Christmas.
Oh, no, this isn't a Christmas song.
Probably think of Hearts on Fire.
Hearts on Fire, yeah.
This is not a Christmas
Wait, you
song.
thought this
It's
was
not?
No.
Oh, he's been playing Christmas music
I know.
on all of the intros.
I understand that.
What is this? Is this a?
Well, you'll listen to the main words, the chorus coming up shortly.
Soon.
Rio de Janeiro is in where?
Brazil.
Brazil. There we go.
Okay. So we've gone Christmas music every single time.
I know.
If Die Hard is a Christmas movie, Rio is a Christmas song.
Anyway, I know it's not about Rio de Janeiro. It's about a girl named Rio. However, Brazil will be the country that will be hosting its first National Football League game next year, and there is a possibility that the Detroit Lions will be playing, not in Rio, but in Sao Paulo. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Saopaulo.
So there's no N. Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo? Yeah. I don't know. Sao Palantino? I have no idea. They'll send Sao Paulo to Sao Paulo.
That's Sal.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, because Brazil is the exclusive country for marketing for the Miami Dolphins, if the Dolphins win the AFC East and the Lions win the NFC North, they will be playing each other.
Correct.
Scheduled to be at Ford Field, where the Lions next year will have 9 home games. They had 8 this year. They switch every other year.
Right. And since the NFC has the 9 games, they're going to be the ones that lose, for those that play international games, will lose a home game.
Correct.
To play overseas.
Yes. So, Lion fans, whether you're a season ticket holder or not, 248-539-9797, how do you feel about the possibility of playing in Brazil?
Football aside, I think it's cool.
Yeah, so do I.
I mean, who wouldn't love to travel to Brazil? You get a chance to see a football game, American football, not that other football. And
will Neymar be there? I don't know.
Who?
He's one of the best Brazilians of all time, soccer player.
Oh.
Neymar.
No.
Neymar Jr.
No clue.
Okay.
Anyway, back to American football. The only thing that I don't like about it is how long it will take to get there and get back. I think the travel of this is going to impact both of these teams. I'm not just talking about it from a Lions perspective. I'm talking about it from a Miami Dolphins perspective as well. Now, I know you did the research. I did as well. Our research for Detroit has varied a little bit. Yes, anywhere between 10 and 12 and a half hours.
So we'll call it 11 hours just to play the median.
Airtime.
And from Miami, it's about 8 to 9.
What's the time difference in Brazil?
They're 2 hours ahead of us. So right now, to all our Brazilian fans out there, it's 11:40 in the morning.
They're pulling up to their lunch right now with a big bowl of soup.
I would like to think we have Brazilian fans listening to us.
Oh, I'm sure we have somebody.
Do.
Yeah.
And give us a call, 248-539-9797.
Yeah. Or if
it's from Rio.
Yeah. Or text us.
Or Sao Paulo.
Yeah. Please call so that Stoney can get the correct
okay, so let me ask you a question,
pronunciation.
because we have this discussion about how much the travel will actually affect the players, and you know better than me, but you went on a trip that was a lot longer than that.
Yes, we went to Japan.
Okay, so my question is, let's say when a team, let's say from the East Coast travels to the West Coast, it's about a 5-hour flight, right?
Correct.
So we're talking, let's say, 10 to 11 hours. If they have the bye after or before, what would be better health-wise? Because that's what you're concerned with.
Just in recovery. Mentally, physically, all of those different things. I would imagine that since both teams are going to be traveling there, you're going to. I think the best opportunity we have to buy after for recovery would be after this game.
Okay, so they play the game on a Sunday, let's say, in Brazil. They fly back after the game, so they arrive, I don't know, Sunday night, East Coast time, American time, and then they have a week off. Isn't that enough to recover?
That's the best opportunity.
Yeah.
And
that's why I said I don't think that's big of a. The travel's not that big of a deal.
I think it's a big deal. I don't know what's the flight to Germany.
It's like 7 to 8 hours.
Okay, and again, I still think that's That's a big deal. It's a factor. I'm not saying
Right.
it's
Well,
life or death to these teams.
Right, but each team will handle it differently. Like when the Dolphins played the Chiefs, right? They played the Chiefs in Germany.
Yes, they did.
The Dolphins went a few days earlier than the Chiefs so they could
Yeah.
experience the country and get acclimated to probably the time change a little
Right.
bit.
And leading up to that game, I think the reports were that the teams that went out earlier fared better in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it didn't obviously work for Miami, but I also think it is a cool opportunity as an athlete, if you're on one of these teams that's going to play in Brazil, that you're getting a trip to Brazil.
Yeah.
To play a game. Like, I got a trip to Japan. Now, I wish we had done what Miami had done. It was in training camp. So we went out, and we were only there for like 3 days. I didn't get a chance to – I was recovering from an 18-hour flight to try and get ready to play a preseason game, which I was very motivated for. And then you instantly, from the game, you leave, you go to the airport, and you fly back 18 hours. And I was trying to figure out which end was up at that point. I would have liked to have experienced the Japanese culture and some different landmarks and just everything that you do when you do international travel.
Right.
I didn't get to experience that. And I think going to Brazil, if you're going to go, you go early. You try and make sure you get acclimated to temperature. You get acclimated to time. You get acclimated. You get, the jet lag, all of that stuff. So the earlier you go, I think would be the best. Plus, you get to experience the sights.
As far as
and stuff.
weather, I was looking at pictures of the stadium. It looks like it might be a retractable or it's just open like the old Dallas stadium. I couldn't tell.
Well, I did check. They're in the 80s. That's their average temperature
Right.
that time of year. If you waited to December, it gets closer to 90 because they're actually in the southern hemisphere.
Right, they're below the equator.
So it'll be spring or summer. Spring football.
Spring ball.
Professional
There you go.
football.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Absolutely.
I think just one thing on all this.
So is it a myth that if you flush the toilet, it goes opposite?
I think that's.
Is that a myth?
I've been told that's the way it is in Australia, but I don't know.
That when you flush it, it swirls the other way?
Yeah, but I don't know. I've never been there, so.
Give you an up close look.
I know in Australia, they drive
these are questions that bounce around in my head.
They do drive on the other side of the road in Australia. I don't no idea. If
what do they do in Brazil?
I have no idea. I've never been there. But it's only Sao Paulo is a 5-hour drive. Sao Paulo is a 5-hour drive from Rio. So if you're going to at least see the sights either before or after the game, you got to go to Rio. Right? Rio is supposedly the wildest city in the world.
Sure.
No, you've
How
never
do you know this?
If you're going to go there, yes. If you're going to go there as a tourist, sure.
Well, even as a player,
as a fan, sure. Yep. As a player, I'm not gonna be on the plane for 11 hours and then hop in a car for another 5 to go see Rio and then come back another 5.
No, I said it's a 5-hour drive, but obviously,
right.
But the players would get on a flight and they do like an hour flight. That's all. It's just like driving to Chicago. That's a 45-minute plane ride. If the difference.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you talked about
if there's a second flight arranged to go to Rio.
Right. You talked
because
because you talked about that you didn't get a chance to experience the culture of Brazil.
Yeah.
So
Japan's not quite as big.
Well, true.
Yeah, I think Brazil is the biggest country by far in South America. I don't know.
North to south longest.
Yeah. I mean,
not very wide.
I don't know. Doesn't Chile run down like the entire West Coast? Roughly?
Or is it Chile?
I don't know. You're looking at me for pronunciations. That's a mistake. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
I didn't want to tell you. Oh, my friends over at First Merchants Bank, if you've got questions about your finances, that's where you got to go. And I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers, those individuals I just mentioned, and their communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
Yes, John, this is a Christmas song.
I thought this was Duran Duran.
Is that who that last one was?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts. Colin says, as a season ticket holder, I'll be pissed if the Lions lose a home game because they're playing in Brazil or Europe, especially if it's a prime game like the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm. I get that. It's going to be a big-time matchup.
And he also added that he might hurt his wife, Heather. All right, I'm just kidding. All right.
NFL games should not be played out of the NFL games should not be played out of the country. If you want to move games, why not play games in states that don't have NFL franchises as a way to show appreciation for NFL fans in this country? That's from Jason in a car. That's interesting. Yeah. They used to play a lot of preseason games at those type of venues, so to speak.
Like going to, I don't know what, Lincoln, Nebraska?
Yeah, something like that, yes. Dan and Hal, I'm a fan of my girlfriend's Brazilian.
Maybe go single.
The toilet swirl is a myth. It is designed by the toilet manufacturing process. I have one toilet that goes clockwise and another that goes counterclockwise. Myth busted. That's from Tom.
Okay.
Can confirm. This is now we're going to go contrary. Can confirm toilets do flush in the opposite direction. Went to Rio for Carnival back in 2008 and had to test it out for myself. That said, I'd love to make a trip to Sao Paulo and see Detroit play. That's Todd and Dearborn.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does in Australia. Been there 3 times. Once in 1987 for America's Cup. Steve and GP. Don't get me. Don't even start.
Oh, yeah, this is the great.
Don't
Stoney.
get that white something off your lips, you fat tub of goo, right? Well,
talking about
Dennis Conner guy. Yeah, they would show the America's Cup as a major sporting event. It was the dullest sporting event of all time. You put boats in a bathtub, it'd be more exciting.
What about tennis?
Oh, tennis is at least exciting.
What about America's Cup on the radio? What would that sound like?
America's Cup on the radio. You know what America's Cup on the radio would sound like?
So, John, you talked last segment about, when you went to Japan and the time you had to maybe go sightseeing and do some extra things.
Yeah, I mean, we could cover that whole country almost compared to Brazil.
Brazil's huge.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Japan, island country, 145,000 square miles versus the 3,287,597 square miles of Brazil.
Wow.
It's a big.
Yes, it is. T. Wright in Southfield says, I played for the NFL Europe Scottish Claymores in 2003. I loved every minute of it in Glasgow.
Okay.
He used an alias because I have this Scottish Claymores roster in front of me. I don't see any T. Wright.
Maybe he was on the practice squad.
Maybe. I don't know. People travel to Brazil and all over the world, for that matter, every day. Do businesses get off an airplane and do what they have to do? If these guys making millions and millions of dollars can't handle that, come on.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Get off and be a professional athlete. All right. And all I'm saying is it's a little bit different.
Athlete snob to the rescue today.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Why don't you guys work a real job?
Oh, trust me. Hey, being a professional athlete I've never, ever said it's a real job. It is the most fun you will ever have in your life, and it does not compare to a real 9-to-5 ever. Ever.
Well, but there are.
There are challenges, there are risks, there are all those things, but it's not a real job.
I know.
It's a game.
I agree.
And I will be the first to admit that.
I do think, especially like baseball, I sometimes think, man, that travel has got to be a little bit crazy sometimes.
It can be.
But at least in baseball, you get to stay in a city for a few days, you know?
Yeah, you do the West Coast trip. You're on the West Coast for, 2 weeks?
Yeah, or something like that.
Long, though. You're dragging all your stuff with you, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think sometimes that's got to grind you.
I'm sure.
The late nights, because all the teams leave after games once they finish a city.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but to that texter's point, work a real. I get it. I will be the first to tell you, it's not a real job.
It's a fun job.
It's a hell of a fun job.
Yes, and there are tons of perks besides the paychecks if you want to take advantage of them.
A lot of perks. Yeah. What do you think some of the perks are?
Let's see. Meals paid for. Chicks.
I knew that was. I'm surprised that wasn't number one. Did you just put the meals paid for? Just a buffer.
Yes, I was trying to think of some others. Yes, groupies.
Meals paid
Yes.
for
Yes.
and chicks.
Right. Fans putting tattoos of their favorite player on them.
That's certainly a perk.
Yes. I'd love to see a picture of that woman.
You would,
Or the woman with the John Jansen tattoo.
yeah, it's questionable.
You know, it'd be great to have him, like, if we could do this somehow, blend him in with a professional franchise and have him travel with them as they're showing up into the hotel and just see how he's like walking as if he plays. And just see what the reaction is.
Yes. Well, he'd have to look up first.
Yeah.
to be able to,
Stoney.
to see the benefits.
He's just looking at his phone the whole time.
Yeah. And they'd sit there, man, how could you be on this team? You're freaking old.
Yes,
I'm a coach.
Yeah.
I'm the coach.
Yes.
All right, Carson
Analyst.
Anderson are coming up next. Jim Costa in for Doug. Gator is here. Got to see Gator last night at the holiday soiree. Good time was had by all.
It was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good seeing Birchie with his 6-week-old.
Well, I didn't see that. I left before
you left
Birchie
early.
got there, yeah. But I'll trust you.
Yeah.
I saw Birchie the hockey game last week, one of the hockey games last week, and he was telling me the sort of details of fatherhood for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Should you bring a 6-week-old to a bar?
No.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, as a Christmas party, it's fine. Yes.
I mean, I can
Just as a general rule of
ask me
thumb,
another
that's a
question
no,
about
right?
6-week-old. Go ahead.
Should you bring 6-week-olds to sporting events?
Absolutely not.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're asking the wrong person. If you hate kids, then yeah, kids don't go
I
anywhere.
don't hate kids. I just why bring them to places that have like large crowds like that, man? Where people are very unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen.
Especially when there's
I'm
alcohol
sorry, I'm not
involved.
6'7" and can protect everybody like.
Well, I think Birchie
Hercules
holding his 6-week-old son, I think it's a pretty well protected son.
I don't know. He trusts
mean,
Birchie? I mean, really?
Well, he handed it like Lori.
I mean-
Lori and Birchie's wife had the baby boy. I mean, look, Wojo's the boy's godfather, so that says enough.
risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The look of
doesn't it?
terror in Gator's eyes, like, oh no, it's going to be a rough life for that young man.
What do you guys got going today?
This is the first show this week with Gator in, and we need to get into the Lions hysteria at some point. We're giving away Lions tickets for their matchup on Saturday night against the Broncos via
beautiful.
Carson Anderson quiz. We don't have a Gator, are you going to eat that? But I have a Gator, are you going to buy that holiday edition with some of the hot commodities on the market.
Well,
so
it is the season.
Tis the season.
Tis the season.
Tis the season.
But out of the gate, I have a ridiculous Pistons opinion, and I actually believe it.
Oh boy, 97 won the ticket.
Gator, did you listen to Doug at all this week?
I tuned in. I can't remember which day it was. I think
Why
it
are
was
you
Tuesday.
laughing? Why are we both laughing?
Because I will go through a text message exchange I had with him.
He was fanning the flames this week.
He, I think, was fed up. I think he had enough.
I heard him
didn't
running
listen-
late on segments. I'm like, this isn't like Doug.
I didn't listen. Like, volume wasn't a whole bunch, but it was, I think, maybe a half an hour on Tuesday and maybe a little bit on Monday. And as the game was unfolding on Sunday, I said, I don't envy you tomorrow. Sorry, bro. Because we know what the shows are going to be like when the Lions lose and the way they lost. We just know, we know it. We're through this. I said, yeah, again, so I don't envy you tomorrow. Sorry, bro. Doug's response was, I'm a big boy. And my response to that was, yes, you are. This is an easier show. It's just painful. Then on Tuesday, after hearing some of it, I was on my computer before I was leaving the house to run some errands and stuff. And I flipped on the Twitch stream. And, hello, everybody on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search for 971 The Ticket. You can watch us live stream the show on Twitch. And I'm watching, and Doug, I just missed some big rant that Doug went on. I guess Doug really had an epic meltdown. And everybody's commenting on it. I'm like, what did I miss? This is crazy. So I sent Doug another text, and this time it was, are you still a big boy? LOL. And he said, well, I won't repeat what he said because I don't know if he wants me to repeat it. But suffice to say, no, he was not a big boy anymore. He was not happy about that.
Yeah, I heard parts of the show the last couple days. Doug is off for the rest of the week, but you have not had a chance to weigh in on where this team is at, the hysteria, the stretch run. We're going to get to it before the hour ends. And on the show today, a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Lions game this Saturday night, tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room. Here's how you win. You listen to the show. You guys are used to it, the Carson Anderson quiz. Something said on this show is going to be the answer to that Carson Anderson quiz question. If you don't win today, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Canton on Ford Road tonight. It's that football feast that Wojo and Rieger have been doing all season long, 6 to 8 p.m. Buffalo Wild Wings, Canton on Ford Road. It's all courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Saturday night, prime time, Denver Broncos. Hysteria building, panic starting to build. We will get to it. We also have football questions today. That's the deal. We'll do that at 10:30. Gator, the Pistons. Could I just for a moment issue what I think is a ridiculous opinion, but also an opinion that I'm starting to believe?
Well,
Gator.
we love ridiculous opinions on this show. We think that they're entertaining. What we don't love is the hot take, just going to throw it out there, guy. We hate the hot takes. I appreciate that you have said this is your genuine opinion.
It's genuine and ridiculous. And I just keep waiting for evidence to the contrary because I keep thinking there's no way, as bad as the Pistons are. The Pistons have now lost 21 in a row.
Yeah.
I keep thinking, there's no way a team could possibly. No, they couldn't. 2-80.
Well, here's what's crazy. When you say the 21 in a row, I'm like, all right, they started out 2-1?
Yes. Gator, their last win was the home opener.
Gator, you forget that? Remember, you were all excited. You were texting me, you go, man, this Pistons team is actually fun to watch. And I'm like, oh, yeah, 2-1. They almost beat Miami, too. This could be something here. Who knows? Yeah.
Gator.
They started 2-1. Come on, man.
2-80.
What?
2-80.
Come on.
Now hold on.
Jim.
Now hold on. Gator, they play small last night, some out of necessity. They get clobbered on the boards. Other nights, we know Troy Weaver has all his bigs that he's been collecting. They can't shoot. They can't space the floor. They can't win when they go big. They can't win when they go small. They can't win when the other team's on a back-to-back. They can't win when the other team's stars get ejected or they rest or don't play at all. They can't win when they play a bad Wizards team. It wasn't close. I don't know what act of God is going to have to transpire for them to actually win an NBA game the rest of the way. And you may say it's bound to happen, and I'm telling you, as someone who has subjected himself to watching them play, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to win another game. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but please show your work and tell me how they win another game this season.
Okay, when you say show your work, it makes me harken back to my math days, and I'm not good at math, and I didn't like to show my work because it was always inaccurate. However, I do have 2 words for you, and now relax, wrestling crowd. It's not those 2 words. The 2 words I have for you are load management. This is what happens in the NBA. And then the second half of the season, you really start to see the load management. Injuries start taking their tolls. There's going to be, they'll have plenty of opportunities to win. Of course, they have, every game's an opportunity to win. I get it. This team's terrible right now, and they can't get out of their own way. Seems like no matter what they throw out in the court, like you said, small lineup, big lineup, they just can't win. I still think that Monty Williams is trying to figure out who the hell's a player on this team and who the hell isn't.
Well, he seems to have decided that Jaden Ivey isn't because he doesn't play.
That I don't understand this. I don't know if it's just giving Killian Hayes every single chance before he says, all right,
Gator,
no.
do you realize that they started a lineup last night that is both small and can't shoot? So they started Killian, Thompson, and Isaiah Stewart, who are all below average three-point shooters. They started a small ball lineup with 3 below average shooters. You would think that's impossible, right? The trade-off is if you keep some size on the bench, you get better spacing. They started both a small ball lineup that got out-rebounded and could not shoot. The alternative is to play all the bigs who also can't shoot. Like, there doesn't seem to be an answer for this team. Like, you go, hey, maybe Ivy goes off one night. Too bad he doesn't play. You mentioned load management, Gator. Okay, in this stretch where the Pistons have lost 21 in a row, they faced a Hawks team without Trae Young. Load management. They faced a Cavaliers team. No Donovan Mitchell.
I get it.
Gator, they faced the Suns without Beal or Devin Booker. They've already faced the teams, and they continue to face the teams who aren't playing their best, aren't taking them seriously. And when the fourth quarter flips, remember they played the Grizzlies? They had like one NBA player, and the guy went off for nearly 50 points.
Okay, I'll take the over on 2 wins. Okay, without question, I'll take the over on 2 wins. I understand your frustration. It's duly noted, and yeah, I can understand why you'd be in such despair. Like, how can you craft an opportunity for them to win when they've lost all these ways?
Yes,
but I'm just telling you, man, this is how it is, and this is how it is. Second half of the season is so much different. You've got teams that are jockeying for position, and you got teams that are jockeying to get into the lottery. All right, this is going to happen. There are going to be they're going to win a few games, in fact, for the rest of the season. What they are going to do is challenge for the worst record in NBA history, and they may get that because it was 9 wins. Is that the record?
9-73.
So here they are with 2. You're saying they can't even win 1 more game. I'm saying they're going to win a few more games.
7 more.
I don't know if they're going to win 7 more.
That feels like monumental that they would win 7 games the rest of the way.
At this point, if you put the over-under for the rest of, just for the season total, if you put it at 8.5, I think a ton of money would come in on the under. And yet, it's basketball. Teams go through stretches where they look awful, and they go through stretches like they look competent. Even bad teams can look competent for stretches of time.
This might be a different level of bad.
It might be. But it also might just be, like I said, I think Monty Williams, in his first year on the job, is trying to figure out who his team is. And you talk about bad shooters. Asar Thompson is a horrible three-point shooter, 14%. Isaiah Stewart is actually not bad at 37%. All right?
It's not at volume and no one respects it.
Well, whatever. So but the thing is, everybody seems to think that you must shoot three-pointers, like a ton of them. I think you can shoot three-pointers, have the right guys shooting them. 37%, you could live with 37%. What you can't live with is the other issues that come with them. Killian Hayes at 31% from three-point land. Yeah, I don't need that. There are guys that I don't need to see shoot the three-pointer, for sure. But I will scratch my head going, is that the lineup you really want to have out there? But they're trying to find some kind of identity. And if you're going to start Killian Hayes and Asar Thompson, my guess is that you're trying to set the tone that you're going to play defense. And yet, what happened last night? Well, Problem is you're playing Philadelphia.
Yeah,
and Joel
and
Embiid.
Embiid
And
in a
Joel
mismatch.
Embiid is amazing. So you're not going to win that.
But Gator, the lack of shooting or the poor shooting, it's by design. We did a show following the NBA draft, you and I brought up floor spacing, and you were also concerned about the shooting at the time. This is the fourth draft, the fourth offseason that Troy Weaver has been here. This is intentional. This is the roster he likes. He wrote that letter to the fans at the end of last season, and things are going to get better. They've gotten worse. This is his roster by design that cannot shoot. He gave the quote following the draft, "I've never seen a team shoot their way to a championship." This is his roster by design. 2, 3, and sometimes 4 non-shooters on the floor at the same time. I don't see how it gets better. Now, I understand that 2-80 sounds ridiculous, and I prefaced it that way. But, Gator, it doesn't feel like there's really a path for this team to win basketball games, and that is my issue.
But does it seem like it's possible that this is just an ongoing evaluation, and if you throw that many players that can't shoot at the same time on the floor, that really what you're trying to do is addition by subtraction? We're looking at this, and okay, we've got a 10-game stretch where we can look at these guys. You're not going to be part of the rotation. You're not a part of the rotation. You're not even part of the team, and now we're going to bring in other guys.
Piston fans will give you a chance to weigh in, 248-539-9797. Football questions at 10:30. I do want to know, at what point do we hear from Weaver? At what point do we hear from the owner? At what point does this losing streak, even if it doesn't get to 79 in a row, if it gets to 28 in a row, an NBA record, 30, 35, 40, at what point do we hear from the general manager or the owner of the team? It's 97-1. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Jim Costa in for Doug. Gator in today and tomorrow, wrapping up the week. We will get to the lines 10:45. We got to get into the hysteria, the concern level, the panic. I know Doug was fanning those flames for the first 3 days this week.
I have to apologize right now. I have an excessive amount of dog hair on my hoodie.
Can't tell from over here.
Well, if you get closer, it's a black hoodie and I got a white dog, so it's I can see it.
Okay. Well, I'm not allergic. I'll be okay. I'll survive.
I apologize.
It's all right. We brought up the Pistons to start the show. They are not 4 hours worthy, but just the absurdity of now 21 in a row. I do wonder, like, at what point do we see or hear from Troy Weaver or ownership? Because it is approaching. It is already franchise record. We're approaching NBA record. And I said to you something that is absolutely ludicrous, ridiculous.
But you believe it.
But I believe it. I don't see how this team wins another game. They have faced teams sitting 1, 2, or 3 stars. They face teams coming off back-to-backs. They've faced teams that have no reason to care or try, yet by the time the fourth quarter rolls around, they generally buck up and take care of business. The Pistons have a roster that is intentionally built this way, where they can't shoot, where they can't rebound, they can't space the floor. They are built in a way that does not lead to winning, and it's played out over 21 straight. And Gator, if they were to go 2-80, it would mean a 79-game losing streak. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I understand that. I've just run out of, show me how A plus B equals C. Show me how they do A plus B equals win. I don't see it.
Well, I get it. And for the first 10 games of the losing streak, I think we could say things like, well, they're not playing with the lineup they should be because Bogdanovich is out.
Now he's back. He scored
I know.
30.
I'm
Didn't
just saying I said the first 10 games. So the first 10 games of the losing streak. It's a long losing streak, Jim. This is
goes back before Halloween.
This is 21 games. But I think that's the attitude that at least that I was trying to take is that, okay, they're not playing with the full complement of players yet. It's not a good team, but they should be getting better. Just give it some time. Then Bogdanovich comes back, and he's only played 5 games, right? I think we forget about that. Mm-hmm. He's only played in 5 games, and yet he's played reasonably well, averaging 21 points a game during that time. He's knocking down 3-point shots. Okay, he's getting there. But you also know that he's a defensive liability. It's not like this guy's going to get a ton of rebounds or whatever. He's a scorer, period. You need scorers.
Mm-hmm.
Where's everybody else?
Doesn't it feel like it's a roster of one-dimensional players? Like Bogdanovich, he'll shoot but won't play defense. Thompson, he'll defend. He can't shoot. Maybe there's a secret formula that Monty has yet to find, and that's what you're leaning on.
Well, I'm hoping, and the other thing is, you get a guy like Jalen Duren who's now hurt, right? That sucks because that's a guy that I look at, and I think Kang looks at it the same way. Love Jalen Duren.
Same.
And I think he's got such a high ceiling in this league. I want to see him play. And I get back to, I need to narrow the focus down to who is the core group of players. And you've got Cade Cunningham. He has to be a core group guy because he's the first overall player taken in the draft. And he's really good. He's got talent. But he clearly needs more around him, and he may not be the leader that we were hoping he was going to be. Like Jalen Duren, a ton. Love Jaden Ivey, but we don't get to see him. Now, Ivey's got his problems, but I think his problems probably because he's confused as to what the hell his role is, right? Mm-hmm. He was thrown to the Wolves last year in the season, playing as many minutes as he did. Same thing with Duren because of all the injuries they had, all right? So it's kind of like baptism by fire with those two. I was excited to start the season this year because of that baptism by fire, that they were going to be ahead of the game this year when Cade Cunningham comes back and you got Bogdanovich all healthy to go. You got 4 players to go with, and then you're adding other guys to the mix. Hey, here's Asar Thompson, a defensive specialist. Great. That sounds good. All right, they took a chance on Wiseman and Bagley. All right, a couple bigs. Let's see them. Let them play through it. Here we go. And then you've got some other guys in the mix. Alec Burks can knock down some shots. Marcus Sasser. I like what Marcus Sasser does. All these guys should be good complementary players on a team that still won't compete for the playoffs this year, but should be an improved team, and you'll see the marked improvement. And we haven't, and I don't know why.
It's because the pieces don't fit. You mentioned the core people, Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, Jalen Duren, Asar Thompson. These are guys drafted high in the draft, first-round picks. Throw in Killian Hayes, who they're insistent on playing 30 minutes a night, first-round pick.
I'm not sure I understand.
My point is, most of those guys can't shoot. This isn't 1985, 1995, or 2005. If you don't have 4+ shooters on the floor at a time, you are playing losing basketball. And they insist on playing 3 and 4 non-shooters at a time.
Yeah, the roster is terribly constructed. That's Troy Weaver's fault. And I'm not sure Monty Williams knows what to do with these players. I still believe in Cade Cunningham. I think actually the Pistons have failed him more than he's failed the Pistons. You're not going to like this, Jim. Well, you'll maybe laugh at this. Doug actually made me a bet this week, guys.
Oh,
a lunch bet. He said that the Pistons are going to win at some point during this year 3 games in a row. So your take of 2-80
oh man,
is completely almost the opposite of what Doug thinks. He thinks at some point they're just going to either run into some...
And it's not like Doug's saying this is a playoff team. He's like...
No. Just 3 games in a row.
a 3-game win streak.
That's it. At some point during this year. So
the most modest of win streaks.
So I took up on the bet. So in April, I'm getting like Chick-fil-A or something.
That'd be perfect. Let's mix in some people's thoughts. 248-539-9797. Herb, you're on. Carson Anderson, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Hey, Herb.
What's going on? Listen, I think it's got to be. I think it's something to do with Williams too, man, because they just feel like they have no direction. They feel like they just do whatever, and they even won. You know, as bad as you talk about Casey, they did win game. They didn't lose 22 games in a row under Casey, and I think Williams was adamant about not wanting to coach. He wanted to take a year off because he was burnt out. But the money made him say, maybe I could do it. But then he get here and he see he got such a young team, and they got rid of one of the best shooters in Sadiq Bey for a piece of hot garbage. They could have traded Wiseman for a Pete Spago and some better made chips and would have.
Oh, all Detroit.
Right. We would have worked out better. But I think Williams is. I don't think he's into it, man. That's just what it seems to me, because it seems like they're just uninspired, turnovers, nobody's improving or nothing. It's like, where's the direction? And I put that on the coaching staff.
You do have to question hiring a guy who's burned out, and then it looks this bad. Gator, Rock and Rye, or James Wiseman?
I mean... If they had a zero sugar rock and rye, I'd probably say
throw in the barbecue better made chips. Those are my favorite.
I love better made chips. That's without question.
I think he lost the trade. Let's go to Josiah. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
So basically, I do think Weaver's the issue. If I'm looking at the schedule ahead, I do have them beating San Antonio next month. I believe it's January 10th. Just because their record's only a tad bit better than us. I know they've got Webiana, but that's like the one win that I would think like they might have a chance in winning. But I do think, like, I got the ceiling at 5 wins just because it's so bad, and I do feel for Cunningham. I don't think they've set him up the best, but I do think it's a Troy Weaver issue. So.
If they don't beat San Antonio on January 10th, which by the way is almost a month away,
I love the people are calling their shots on the actual game.
Gator, they would face San Antonio one more time. If they don't beat them on January 10th, they would play them the final game of the regular season.
Oh my God!
Where at that point they could be looking to snap their 78-game losing streak.
That's absurd. All right, when you say it out loud, it's absurd.
Well, by the way, people that don't know this, the Spurs are currently on a 17-game losing streak. So they're
modest.
Terrible. Yeah, exactly. Hey, hold my beer, right, Pistons? we got 21.
Ron, what's up? You're on Carson Anderson.
Hi, I completely agree with your thought process. I think 2-80 is 100% accurate. And part of the concern is the way that they are losing. After the first week of the season, when they had went 2-1, their average games of losing is like 15 plus points a game. And that just screams that there is no quick fix, no near-term solution to solve this problem. And that's Troy Weaver's issue. But, you know, Tom Doors is the guy that brought in Stan Van Gundy to fix the Pistons, and then he brought in Casey to right the ship, and then he brought in Monty Williams. Monty Williams is a coach that you bring in when you have a veteran-laden team, not a coach that you overpaid to try to develop young players. And you can clearly see that he's struggling.
I think he's struggling. I honestly feel like there's an evaluation going on with this team with the head coach. And what we'll see in the second half of the season is a totally different team than what we're going to see in the first half of the season. I'm not saying it's going to be good, but I'm going to say it's got to be better than what we're seeing now. And we may see at some point in the next few weeks just either a mass exodus of players getting waived or moved on or whatever the case is, because I think it's still this feeling out process, and guys just are showing that they don't belong, not necessarily in the league, but don't belong doing what they're doing in the league. Like you can't tell me that you expect Asar Thompson to be a great three-point shooter. You can't. So stop taking three-point shots. All right? Same thing with a bunch of these guys. How about you just stop shooting the three? There's a handful of guys on this team can shoot the three. The other guys, no. Absolutely not. You're not to shoot that three-point shot because you're knocking down 60% of your two-point shots and you're knocking down 20% of your three-point shots. Why are you taking a three?
Tomorrow is the day where a lot of guys can start to be moved in the NBA, December 15th. Maybe some movement happens. I don't know. We got more football questions. Football questions on Thursdays. Those are coming up next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Tis the season, and tis that time of the week. Football questions on Carson Anderson. Right, that. Kang, you got questions?
Yeah, usually Doug will flip a coin to see who wants to kick or receive. You guys just want to do this gentlemanly and just offer it up?
I want the ball.
Oh, there we go. All right, then. Here we go.
Take it.
Costa, you shall receive. Here we go, boys. All right, right off the bat, I'm going to kind of list off a bunch of rules because a bunch of rules are going to be discussed at the end of December league meetings, all right? So let's go over them real quick here. Number 1, Costa, they may eliminate the hip drop tackle. Do you agree or disagree with this?
I've heard players say that they don't even really understand. And if the players aren't all on the same page as to what qualifies, I think it's too soon to rule it out of the game.
Gator.
I think the hip drop tackle has to go. I think players absolutely know what they're doing. It's a last-ditch effort to bring a guy down, and it's horrible because every time somebody's getting hurt.
All right, I disagree. I think offensive players need to learn how to go down as well to protect themselves. I think there's just too much protection for the offensive players, and the defensive players are no longer being allowed to be defensive players anymore. I feel for them because it's really hard to bring guys down now. Now you got to lay them down a certain way. All right, the next one they went was the kickoffs. They want to see more kickoff returns. Troy Vincent said it's become a ceremonial, like dead play now. How do you make more kickoff returns, Gator?
I think it's simple. If you want them, it's real simple. You move it back 5 yards. Go to where they kick from the 30.
I mean, that's the easiest thing. Go back 5 or 10 yards if you want more kick returns. My question is, do they actually want more kick returns? Because it's been going the opposite way for years, and at that point, just give the teams the ball at the 30 or the 25.
Well, they say they want more safe kickoff returns, and the numbers show that the people just aren't returning the ball. I agree with you guys. Push the kickoff 5 yards back, and on top of that, no more free fair catches. If it lands, before the end zone, you take it out, or if you fair catch it, you're going to get the ball wherever you fair caught the ball. All right. They also talked about the tush push, but we brought that up already last week, right, Gator? I'm going to go with the other one they went with is the fumble out of the back of the end zone. They will review it, okay? Some say it's too punitive to give the ball to the defense. Should they keep it or change it?
One more time.
All right, when the offensive player fumbles the ball out of the back of the end zone,
this is a dumb rule. Yeah. I mean, you should lose the ball. If you fumble the ball, the other team gets the ball.
Gator?
I love the rule because it is punitive, and I know it's too punitive for a guy who's just trying to make a play and score, but you lost the ball, and you got to hang on to the ball. And when you get that close, there has to be some sort of consequence for it. So I like it the way it is, even though I do think it's probably too punitive, but it should be a cautionary tale of taking care of the football.
Ding, ding, ding.
I hate it. I think they should change it. The other team did not recover it, so they don't get it. When you fumble the ball out of bounds, it doesn't go to the other team. It's way too punitive. If you still want to penalize the player still for losing the ball and you're going out the back of the end zone, maybe put it back at the 5 yard line and not at the 1 yard line. But definitely too punitive. I think they should change it. Okay, apparently Marvin Harrison Jr. is deciding whether to enter the NFL draft or not. He has said that he's got unfinished business. Obviously, they lost to Michigan again. If you were to advise Harrison Jr., what would you advise him?
I would say, look, man, certainly you want to plan for life after football in case there's a catastrophic injury that happens to you, and getting your degree is a good way towards ensuring that. But let's be honest here. You're going to sign a contract from day one with the NFL that's going to take care of you for the rest of your life if you're smart. I get the personal stuff. I would advise him not to do it. I would advise him to go to the NFL. However, this will be one of those things that will stick in his craw for his entire life. That, okay, you go to Ohio State to compete for national championships and to beat Michigan. And though they competed for a national championship, they didn't beat Michigan. And it's going to bother him for a long time. It's tough because I understand it, but I'd advise him to look forward, not look in the past.
You can go back to school with the best of intentions. It doesn't mean you're going to beat Michigan. I mean, the Wolverines have the Buckeyes number. Ryan Day's still the coach. I mean, you can go back to school for unfinished business. It doesn't mean you're going to finish said business. Speaking of business, go get paid in the NFL. The right decision, what I would advise him to do, is go be a top 5 pick, get your money, and get to your second contract sooner, too. Even if you can get a little bit on the NIL, get to your second contract sooner, get to the pros quicker.
Yeah, that probably does bother him a lot, obviously losing to Michigan. But, a lot of Michigan players never beat Urban Meyer either, and they had to move on with their careers. It happens, man. I think you cannot – if I were to advise Marvin Harrison Jr., and of course he should do whatever he wants to do, but if my advice would be to go to the NFL, take care of yourself, take care of your family, he will probably be a top 5 pick. Well, the 5th overall pick last year made a guaranteed $34.5 million because contracts are guaranteed for first-round picks now, the whole contract.
Here's the other thing, and really easy. go pro, because just wait a few months and those wins that Michigan had over Ohio State are going to be vacated anyway.
Well, so NIL is the reason people might stay too, but the NIL money is not as good as $35+ million that he's probably going to get in the NFL. Sorry, son, you'll get over the Michigan losses. Go to the NFL. All right, Tommy DeVito, is he the real deal?
I wish he was the real deal, because it is such a fun story, right? He's giving a little of this, a little of this, a paisan in the NFL. Hey!
What did Melanie call him, Tommy Cutlets? I like that. That's funny.
It's such a fun story. I hope it's true. Hey, they're one game out of a playoff spot right now, but no, I don't think Tommy DeVito is real.
No, I don't think he's real at all. It's a fun story. It's a great story. It just, you know what? It shows that what a colossal mistake they made with Daniel Jones in that contract, how stupid they were. If they could get Daniel Jones to play just a management role as far as being the game manager, they'd be fine. But he thinks too much, and he thinks he's better than what he is, and he screws up. Tommy DeVito knows what he is. He's getting the job done, but he's not the answer. They should draft the quarterback.
All right, so the law of averages says definitely no. I mean, this can't be true, right? But we're watching Brock Purdy right now might win an MVP in this league. That guy was Mr. Irrelevant. And, of course, the Tom Brady before him. But I think this is possibly more likely to happen as we move forward, because you see how many backup and third-string quarterbacks are playing in this league, and they're going to get opportunities they never got before. So I'm with you guys. I don't think he's the real deal, but you can't completely shut that door. All right, what 6 and 7 NFC team are you sure is getting into the playoffs, and which one are you sure is not? And by the way, go ahead and throw in the 7 and 6 Vikings if you want.
Is this me first?
I think it's you.
Okay. That's a tough question. The thought is...
There's a lot of them in the NFC.
There's
Actually,
so
you know what?
many.
It is me, but you can go and take it if you want.
Okay. I'm going to start with who I think is definitely going to be in, and it's the second best team in the NFC North. It's the Green Bay Packers.
You think they're definitely in?
Yeah.
I think they're going to beat the Minnesota Vikings in their head-to-head. They're favored this week against Tampa. I think they also play the Panthers, if I'm not mistaken. Softer schedule. I think the odds have them 50-50. Let's make it 100%. I think the Packers are in as a wild card. The team I would leave out, the team from the South who doesn't face Carolina, the free square the rest of the way, and that is the Saints.
Oh.
I got to tell you.
Both Tampa and Atlanta are going to face Carolina down the stretch, pick up an extra win, little wiggle room.
Kang, when I saw this question, I just started to smile because it's such a great question. With all these teams, I mean, you've got 3 teams in the NFC South are all 6 and 7 with Tampa, Atlanta, and New Orleans. You've got the Packers are 6 and 7. Now you're including the Vikings at 7 and 6, and then I got the Rams and the Seabags.
Yep.
I like Seattle because of their schedule. They don't play much the rest of the way. They've got they're going to lose to the Eagles, but then they have the Titans, the Steelers, and the Cardinals. So I feel like they're going to go 3-1 during that stretch, and they can get in with that.
So Seattle's definitely in.
I think Seattle's definitely in.
Who's out? Who's out?
But it's such a great question because I don't definite. It's such a hard word to use.
Yeah, I'm
Who's
making you.
Definitely out. I know you are. I'm going to go against Jim. I'm going to say the Packers are out.
Oh, okay.
They're out. They're 6 and 7. They got no shot.
Right.
They're out.
Well, just like the 6 and 7.
I know.
They got a losing record. They can't make the playoffs.
All right, guys. So I'm with you, Jim, with the Saints. I got them in. No, I'm sorry. I got the opposite of you. I got Saints in because the thing is, someone's got to win the NFC South, right?
And they play defense.
Yeah. So I think the easy pick is pick someone from the South because they have to. Someone's got to get in from there. The out is going to surprise you. I got the one with the best record out, the 7 and 6 Vikings, and here's why. They're basically on their 4th string quarterback at this point. They just scratched out a win 3-0 somehow against the Raiders. They're desperate, making moves. They benched Dobbs, which I said they should have done that before they played the Raiders.
Jefferson back though,
and he got knocked out right away. And he's going to be playing this weekend, but he's not the same player he was at the beginning of the year because the quarterback is different. I got the Vikings out.
Be careful. Be careful. The Saints' next game is against Tommy Cutlets. Tread very lightly, New Orleans.
All right. The NFL confirmed yesterday they're going to have an international regular season game in Brazil next year. Of all the international cities that have been played by the NFL in regular season games, including Sao Paulo, Brazil, where would you want to go the most?
So this is an interesting question because I went through a list of all the games that have been played internationally, and the one that I was intrigued by was they actually played a game in Sweden, but it was a preseason game, so it doesn't really count. So I'm going to go with the regular season game because that's the way you framed it. I've been to Munich and I've been to Frankfurt, and I would go back again in a heartbeat. I enjoyed myself a ton at both places. Probably more Munich than Frankfurt, but they're both so great. I'll say I want to go back to Germany. I'll go to Munich.
I think the Brazil idea is fun. You see the way the beat writers talk about this. They're all pushing for it. They want the Lions to play the Brazil game next year. It's different. They've done the Europe thing, South American flavor.
I think Brazil sounds really cool, and I'm not against going to Brazil, but I think people don't know Brazil. It's not like the cleanest of countries and the most theft can happen. I'll put it that way. Things like that.
Remember the Olympics?
Yes, exactly. So with that being said, I'm going to go boring here, but less of a language barrier. I'm going London. Hey, they speak differently, but I kind of understand. Right?
So just don't send Tua.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
As long as the Dolphins stay away, but they went. They were there this year.
But I'm always curious about the UK, so I'm picking London, boys.
And those are your football questions. The football blitz Omaha around the league 4-down thingy. I think I did it in the wrong order. Close enough.
But I think it got them all in there. That's all that matters.
Ding, ding, bingo. It's 97-1. Gator, I promised we'd talk Lions, and we will. Want to knock out a couple more Piston calls. People have been hanging on since the start of the show. And then, floor is yours. I want to hear how you feel about this Lions team going down the stretch. Let's start with Tim. You're on 97.1.
How you doing today?
What's up?
Well, Tim, how are you?
I'm real good, man. So I have to take myself down there to LCA to watch them Pistons every day. Me and my dad got season tickets, and they not as bad as y'all projecting. I mean, they are really, really terrible. Don't get me wrong, but they gonna win the game. Like next week, the ESPN predictor got them predicted to beat the Jazz. They 60% predicted to beat them, so maybe they'll win that game. But after that, yeah, it's probably gonna be January 10th.
So you think a couple wins?
Yeah, only a couple.
Are they going to end up with? How about this, Tim? Are they going to end up with the worst record in NBA history? Which is what 9-73 is the worst record in NBA history. Will they win more than 9 games?
Man, sitting down there every week watching it, no, I don't see it.
See?
Tim,
So it's bad. It's bad. It's just not as bad as Jim's making it out to be. They're going to go 2-80.
They gonna win.
Tim.
They gonna win more than 5 games just by sheer dumb luck. Then at the end of the season, people gonna sit like they whole team because they'll be in clinch playoff spots and all that. They won't need to play hard. So just by sheer dumb luck, injuries, and people sitting like half their team out.
Well, the Memphis Grizzlies sat half their team and beat the Pistons comfortably. Tim, I have a question. You said you've been going to these games. I saw on Twitter yesterday, a fan noted that proposals are happening at these games. Can you speak? Are people actually getting engaged at these Piston games?
What do you mean? Like what
the
type of proposal?
on-screen, will you marry me? I saw someone say that's been happening lately, and I couldn't think of a less romantic gesture than getting engaged at this Pistons team.
Yes, it has happened twice in the last, I want to say, week or 2 weeks for sure. Yeah, it happened yesterday. Yeah, I just be sitting there telling them, don't do it.
Again, am I wrong? What's less romantic than a team that's in the middle of a 20-game losing streak? And I get it. Maybe you and your wife-to-be or husband-to-be are big Piston fans. Maybe not the year to do the on-camera, in-arena proposal.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of the on-camera, in-arena, in-stadium proposal. I
To
never
begin with.
Yeah, I'm like,
But in the
I
middle
always
of
thought
this,
that it would be, if you're going to propose to somebody, that it would be something private, or if you're going to do it in front of family.
Sure.
And even then, I think it's a little odd.
Yeah.
But hey, those are my thoughts.
I get it. Some people are big sports fans and they do it, but
this would be
this Pistons team this time of year.
I'll agree on the lack of romance.
Nothing gets the juices going quite like a 30-point loss. Oh. It's beautiful.
Maybe the Pistons are like, please propose so the crowd has something to cheer for.
Right.
More proposals, please.
I feel
Keep them
like
coming.
Jim, they didn't lose by 30 last night.
I know.
Right?
I know. They were down 30 for a good stretch. They rallied to still lose by double digits.
Yes.
When the Sixers called off the Dogs because the Pistons didn't have any more bigs left in the game, Wiseman fouls out, Stewart gets himself ejected. Yes, they did not win by 30. Woo. Is this Atu?
Yes.
What's up, buddy?
Yes, this is me. I was just saying that, I don't see how they're going to win another game, yes. But it's not only because of the talent level or their team, it's because of the referees, man. I mean, the disrespect the Pistons get on the court where these little kitty-pat slap fouls, but then you go down and you see little Embiid, do this fake where your hand is out and he taps your hand and whistle. These calls are getting to where you see a Sar Thompson not even playing defense no more because he's so scared to foul a player because there's so much calling these stupid fouls. You not only got to play against the team, but you also got to play against the referees. And for a team that's not as good as other teams, you can't have that. You're not going to win.
You're not going to get star calls, that's for sure. And Embiid gets more than just about anybody in basketball. I'm not willing to blame the refs for this 21-game losing streak.
Oh, no.
But if his point is it's harder when you are committing the most fouls in basketball and giving the other team freebies, sure, I'll buy that.
What Wiseman play? 15 minutes last night and he fouled out?
I know.
I mean, what?
He's overwhelmed. Embiid's a tough matchup, and if you're getting a quick whistle, it's doubly tough.
I mean, last night was just a strange box score to look at, right? And I actually watched most of the game on TV. But when I looked at the box score afterwards, did they really get that badly out-rebounded? It was like 53-38 or something.
And it was that way from the jump.
Yeah, I think that's just horrible. Absolutely horrible how badly they got out-rebounded. And then I'm like, all right, well, this team is a propensity to turn the ball over. They must have turned it over a ton. No, 9 turnovers, which is great. Well, maybe they didn't get to the free throw line. No, they got to the line. Actually, they got there quite a bit.
Yeah.
Was it just bad shooting? Well, as a whole, they shot like 44%. That's not going to get it done. And shooting 30% from three-point land, it's not going to done, which gets back to my point. Stop taking so many threes. You're not knocking them down. Convert those threes into twos that you can actually make, and you'll have a better chance. And only let the guys who can shoot threes shoot threes. It's not a three-for-all.
The thing is, they don't shoot a lot of threes to begin with. They're bottom 5, I think 5 or 6 in three-point attempts. They already don't shoot a lot. I think the problem is they're a young team that doesn't know how to win, and they're set up to fail with the roster combinations. So thus, 21 in a row. Gator, much better situation. The Lions, 9-4, 2-game lead, 4 games to go. Home this week, team getting healthy. Good spirits?
I don't know if I'd say good spirits, because I understand why people were upset with what happened on Sunday. I was upset with what happened on Sunday. I texted the guys while the game was going on, yet neither replied when I texted you.
We were upset too, man.
But I think one of the things I said to you guys, and I do believe it, that second quarter they played on Sunday was one of the best quarters of football they played all season long. They shut down the Bears. They made the adjustments that they look like, oh, crap, Justin Fields is going to run all over him. He's going to get 150 yards rushing. He's going to throw for a bunch of touchdowns. Lions are going to get smoked. This is awful. And they shut him down. They figured it out. They made the adjustments. Kudos to Aaron Glenn for doing that. Offensively, they got their act together. They ran the ball very effectively, and they ended up with a 13-10 halftime lead. And then the third quarter happens. And it's just, this has been the problem with the Lions all season long. They can't play the third quarter. For the life of me, I can't understand why they don't come out motivated in the third quarter to do what you need to do to add to that lead at halftime. Then you start seeing the turnovers and just self-inflicted wounds. And that fourth down play was so awful because I was convinced watching it, the Bears aren't running a play. They're just trying to get up there to get you to jump offside. And what did you do? Hutch, what did you do? You jumped offside.
On a play that he was supposed to be in coverage, by the way.
I mean, there's no point in that. Just don't jump offside. And then I don't know where the safety was on that. Just, okay.
Yeah, speaking of coverage.
Like it's a free play. There's only one thing they're probably going to do, which is throw it deep. And they did. And I almost broke a remote while watching it. So I was very upset with it. And I get it. I'm bothered too. All right. I'm bothered by the self-inflicted penalties, the offsides, the false starts, the stupid stuff that should never happen. Late hits or whatever. I'm bothered by turnovers, all right? Our quarterback has to do better. He's got to do better. Stop throwing the ball to the other team. Now, sometimes you can look at some of the turnovers, whether it's a fumble or an interception by the quarterback, and you could say, all right, I get it. Ball was tipped. That's going to happen. That's football. I get it. He gets hit from the blind side that coughs it up. That's going to happen. But other times, not so much. Like when he threw the interception, and Jamison Williams was deep. And if you had that free play, it ends up being like an arm, not a free play, but it ended up being an arm punt, right? It's a third down and long. You're going to throw it deep then. At least give your guy a chance. He threw the intermediate one and there was no chance. Yeah. So that bothers me. I'm with you on that. But those are correctable mistakes. I'm bothered and I'm concerned by the kicker. They have to improve that in the offseason. All right? And I'm also bothered extremely by the lack of Jamison Williams. He is a weapon that needs to be weaponized. Enough of this treated with kid gloves and let's baby him. No, forget it. Go full on with this guy. Because that end around they ran last week on Sunday should have been a touchdown. But Taylor Decker didn't make the block and then it's done. This guy is a potential touchdown every single time he's got the ball in his hands. Now, the week before, they did a couple nice plays. They're dragging him across the field, and then they threw to him, and he's wide open and turns into a big play. Keep doing it. What's going on? This guy needs to be utilized.
I wish you were here yesterday, Gator. I think you and Doug would have gotten a little butted heads a little bit.
Well, I heard some of yesterday's show.
Uh-oh.
And I was maybe talking back to the radio a little bit. Because I could hear what some callers were calling in, and I knew what the callers wanted to say.
Right? Yeah.
And I wanted to say the
trying
words
to
for
help
the
them out a
callers,
little
right?
bit, yeah.
And I know what Doug was trying to do too, because Doug's trying to. Everybody's trying to trap each other. Rather, just come out and say it. You don't have to trap the person. Aha! No, it's an honest opinion. Jamison Williams. If you're going to tell me the teams don't want Jamison Williams, that guy is an absolute weapon with his speed.
Well, my point was, they didn't draft him to be a blocking receiver? They didn't trade up to get a blocking receiver, which he's good. Yeah, he's good at that. That's great. But they traded up to get the guy who could take this offense over the top.
Yeah, and it doesn't just have to be. I know everyone wants to see them throw deep to him. I don't care if they throw deep. I'd rather see them throw more deep balls. But I want him with the ball in his hands. Period. Like I said, going across the field. When you watch the Dolphins play and Tyreek Hill takes off and like a shot out of a cannon from the moment that he's in motion, like he sprints in motion, they snap the ball and he's up to full speed. Get him the ball. That's what I want to see with Jamison Williams. All right, I get there was the call yesterday and Doug was going to, well, do you think he's the first option, the second option, or the third option? And then you just get to it, and I'm like, I get it. And the caller was trying to say maybe they need to change the route trees then. Or maybe they need to change the priority and make Jamison Williams more of a number one option instead of a number 3 or 4 option.
At least
and that I agree
stuff.
with.
At least on some design plays.
Stuff, yeah.
Yes.
And let's go with a more, get a bubble screen or a jet sweep, whatever the hell. Give him the ball, man, because he can get it done. But there are some positives that come out of what's going on, some positives the rest of the way as well.
Let's talk about it. There's concerns, there's positivity. There's a stretch run that features 4 games all against teams with winning records. We're going to learn a lot about the Lions. Where are you at? It's 97.1. I did peek at the ticket text. Someone said, it's Gator to the rescue after the last few days of Doug. There are conflicting opinions about the Lions and where they're at right now. And what needs to happen and what the areas of concern are and what should happen at the quarterback. And we're going to get into the quarterback stuff as the show rolls. But Gator, just settle down where we're at right now.
One other thing that bothered me to this point, I'm bothered by the injuries, right? Because I don't want to use those as an excuse. And the longer we only got 4 games left. I don't know if C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to come back. I don't know if James Houston's going to come back. I feel better about Houston than Gardner-Johnson, but we still don't know. And if he does, what's it going to be? The last game of the season going into the playoffs? And then you ask the question, is that enough to shake the rust off and be in game shape and all that? I don't know. Look, Bruce Irvin came in and played well with the Lions in limited snaps, so maybe Houston can do the same. But the things to look positive about is they did have, I think everybody was back at practice yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a positive because they're going to need them.
Yep.
This team, without Frank Ragnow at the center, is a different football team. And Glasgow is okay. I don't mind I love Glasgow as a backup center. I think it's great. And I love Glasgow as a starting right guard. I think he's okay. But when you look down that line and when you take a guy out and then you're putting other guys in and see how quickly it downgrades. Like left guard, Jonah Jackson's really good. Taylor Decker at left tackle is good. I think Jonah Jackson might be top half of the league in terms of left guard. I would guess that Taylor Decker is probably in the early 20s for left tackles. Maybe he's higher than that. I don't know, but I think he's just barely into the second half, but he's good. You look at right tackle, Penei Sewell, maybe top 3 right tackles in the game. You look at your center, and he might be top 3 center in the game. And right guard, Glasgow is probably I would guess in the 20s, somewhere in there, right? But he's good at right guard. But when you take that top 3 center out and you slide in Glasgow, though I think Glasgow is an admirable backup, now that Glasgow is the starting center, or when he has to become the starting center, your top 3 becomes in the 30s, right? And that's a big drop off. And then you move your right guard to play that center. So you move a guy who's in the 20s, and then the guy you bring in, well, let's see, Vaitai was there first. It wasn't much of a drop off. But then they've tried Skipper and Sorsdahl and others, and now they've got Coyotes there. And I'm sorry, but that next guy who's playing right guard is what, in the 70s? When you think about it, think about what a massive drop off in talent that is, and that's going to hurt. Now, in the running game, they were still able to run the ball against the Bears, and that's great. And it's a testament to those guys in run blocking ability and also the running backs that can actually get going. But in the passing game, that's where you feel it, because the drop-off in center helping to make the protection calls is big, and we've seen the games where Ragnow's not there, that Jared Goff's under more duress. And it feels like he's been under a lot of duress this year. Maybe he hasn't been sacked a ton, but he's been hit and hurried more than enough. So that's a problem I see there. But if Ragnow comes back this week, and it looks like he will, I'll feel better about the injuries thing. They do run the ball effectively. That cannot go unnoticed. This is a team that runs the ball better this year than they did last year. And it's nice to have those 2 guys back there. I like how they use the tight end, although it looked like the Bears just said, well, we're going to take Sam Laporta out of the equation, and they did need to find a way to get him back into it. The team has shown the propensity to come up with some big stops when they need to, although against the Bears on a very important 4th down, they committed 2 major mistakes on the same play. But the thing that is here the most is, even though you just said that the 4 games left are against winning teams, now, I do think it's a favorable schedule. Now, it's not like taking on Carolina and the Giants and whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But it's 2 games against a Minnesota team that, as Kang said, is going on their 3rd or 4th string quarterback, or their 4th string quarterback. And he's fine. He's okay. But he's not somebody that you're going to say going to go out and win a couple games and lead the Vikings to the playoffs. The Lions should win those games. They need to win those games. They have to win those games. The game Saturday night feels like it's must win. It's must win not because the team has to win to get in the playoffs. It's must win for the sanity of the fan base. And frankly, for the well-being of the team that's playing itself. Because they need to get back to a good feeling of winning the game and not just go out there and win it 27-24 with a late stop or a last-second field goal. No. They need to go out and win this game like 34-10. Just go out and blow them out. Take care of business against a Broncos team that started off 1-5, but now they won 6 of the last 7 games. They're the Detroit Lions of 2023 because they're doing exactly what the Lions did last year, and they're playing with a lot of confidence right now. But you know what? They're still the Broncos, and the Lions are better, and they need to show that they are better on Saturday night. Do that. Get that 10th win. It's like a monkey off the back because now you've shown that you have improved year to year to year. Now you get ready for your playoff run. The game against the Cowboys, look, we know that's going to be a tough one on all accounts, but you've got that one sandwiched in between a couple games against the Vikings. Take care of business in your division and on Saturday night, and we're all going to RELAX.
The concerns are real concerns with this football team. They don't get to the quarterback when they need a critical stop. At times, they've given that quarterback extra time to make throws.
Yeah,
critical.
Very critical.
The issues on defense are chronicled. They're real. It's not about one game or one half or one series. It's about half a season's worth of bad defense and an inability to get to the quarterback. That's a real concern. Jared Goff, when they miss one of the key offensive linemen, when he doesn't have the same amount of time to throw, when he has to ad-lib a little more, get to the second or third read, throw outdoors, he has limitations. The concerns are the concerns, and they're valid. Having said that, this team hasn't lost back-to-back games in the last 23. They're 9-4. The rest of the games are indoors. The O-line is healthy as of today. They are the favorites this week against Denver. You win the game, you go up 3 games with 3 to go, potentially. Minnesota's an underdog this week against Cincinnati. And then you get Minnesota down the stretch twice. They should win this division. They should have a home playoff game. The concerns are still the concerns, but I still believe this team is winning the division. A 2-2 split down the stretch gets them the division in all likelihood, and this team gets a home playoff game. So I know there's hysteria. I know why there's hysteria, and it's got a lot more to do with not just what they've seen this season, but what the fan base has seen over a lifetime. Gator, I see the concerns. I'm with the fans that there are issues. I don't know that this team is making any kind of run in the postseason, but I think this team is winning this division as we sit here today. I'm not going to personally, you guys can call it whatever you want, but I'm not going to entertain personally the idea that they blow this division quite yet. I'm not there.
Well, no, I don't think they're going to blow division. I think that if you look at it objectively, take a step back, take your Lions fandom away, and just look at the schedules, look at what's happened this year, and see how teams have played, then you can take a sigh of relief here. All right, Lions have had a couple of they laid a couple of eggs without question. So has every other team in the league. The Dallas Cowboys lost to the Arizona Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia Eagles got blown out by Dallas.
Eagles on a 2-game losing streak. Chiefs on a 2-game losing streak.
And they lost. Didn't they lose to the Jets as well, Philly?
Yeah, early in the year, yeah.
To
Zach Wilson.
Looking at the rest of this division, San Francisco lost 3 games in a row, right? Now, I'll admit, San Francisco, I think, is the best team in the division. They look the strongest, and you could go back to that 3-game stretch and say, well, injuries played a big role in why they lost those 3 games. Fair enough. San Francisco, put them on a pedestal. That's fine. But the rest of the teams in this conference, they all have their flaws, okay? Dak is unproven in the playoffs. Like I said, the Cowboys lost to the freaking Arizona Cardinals. The Cowboys haven't beaten many really good teams in this league. You're only looking at the NFC right now. I don't care about the AFC because you only worry about that when you get to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying the Lions are going to get there, but I'm saying the Lions they have their flaws like every other team in the NFC does aside from San Francisco.
248-539-9797. The concern level you have down the stretch for the Lions, bad, wretched game against the Bears. Massive, Gator called it must-win game against the Denver Broncos. It's 97-1.
My listeners are loving the Playgon Lake Casino and Sportsbook app, right? It's the only casino and sportsbook app that I personally recommend. You can play all your favorite casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports. We got some early lines on Saturday's pro football games. That's right, there's 3 pro football games this Saturday. Detroit is a 5.5-point home favorite hosting Denver right now. Cincinnati is a 3.5-point home favorite hosting Minnesota. And the Black and Gold of Pittsburgh are at a 2.5-point road underdogs at Indianapolis. Download the Playgon Lake Casino app right now, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Plus, you can bet on college and pro, like I mentioned. Odds, bets, slots, and games in your pocket, and it goes wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Have fun and get in on all the action. You can play with a live dealer on your phone, enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat, Great offers right now for new users. Download the Playground Lake Casino app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus if you're back. If you're down, you get that back if you're down within the first 24 hours. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgroundlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Checking in on that Lion fan psyche today as we build to Saturday night primetime. Gator called it a must-win game for the psyche of the team and the fans. Gator, where I'm at.
And for me as a broadcaster.
Yeah, for a lot of reasons. Decker, Ragnow, both back at practice, albeit limited. Very important. The Lions will be playing indoor games the rest of the way. For the sake of Jared Goff, very important. Some would say critically important.
It is critical. Because when you look at his splits from this year, all right, in the 13 games they played, when he's played in a dome, they are 6-2, and his quarterback rating is 104.1. Outstanding. When they play outdoors, they played 5 games outdoors, they're 3-2, and his quarterback rating is 82. I mean, that's a massive drop-off.
Yeah.
And it's been that way in his career too. In his career playing in a dome or in a retractable roof stadium, his quarterback rating is around 99. When they're not, it drops 10 points when he plays outdoors in his career. But this year it's even more pronounced.
So I'm not blowing smoke. There are issues.
100%.
One of the biggest Goff critics in the city. I've also looked at this defense for weeks, going back even to the deadline, and begged them to do something. Go back to the draft, beg them to do something. I'm not blowing smoke. I don't think this team's going on a run in the postseason. But Gator, the hysteria about the next 4 weeks, 2-2? 2-2 gets them to 11 wins, likely wins this division. I don't know. I've seen people, they're not going to win a game the rest of the way. Guys.
2-2 wins the division.
Yeah, 2-2 wins the division.
Yeah.
Especially if you beat Minnesota.
Because you're going to beat Minnesota.
Yeah. So I don't know where you guys are at. I'm still of the belief this team is winning the division, hosting a home playoff game, something they haven't done in my entire life. And based on the matchup, they should win that game. Now, beyond that, you got to go outdoors. You're going to play better teams. Goff's going to get hit. I don't think they're going on a run, and that's why the Goff long-term questions have been questions for years, whether people wanted to indulge in it or not.
And that's something that'll be addressed in the offseason. It'll get talked about a ton in the offseason, and it'll be decided based on postseason success or failure as to what you want to do or what you think they should do. But don't have to worry about that right now. Right now, they still have the regular season in front of them. Win the division, make the playoffs, host your game, who you're playing against, and we'll see what goes at that point. But my reason for telling everybody just to relax a little bit is that they're not one of the worst teams in the league. They are not a mediocre team in this league. This is a good football team. This is a good football team that has flaws, like every other football team aside from San Francisco has flaws. That's just how it is this year. And San Francisco got through the rough stretch. They had injuries, not a problem. The Lions, they're dealing with their own set of injuries like every other team does. But the problem with the Lions, their injuries have been long-term. And then they didn't address the trade deadline thing is going to come down, and I think it's going to haunt them. I think it's already haunted them because they didn't go out and get somebody, and they could have. I understand their reasoning for not doing what they could have done. Price too big for Sweat. I'll get that. I understand that because you'd have to give up your first-round pick to get him, and then you got to sign to an extension. Looking at his contract, that's too much money. Wouldn't have done it. Even in hindsight, I wouldn't have done that. But the Chase Young one that's the one that's going to bother everybody because you're seeing Chase Young lined up outside of Bosa, and they are wreaking havoc in backfields in the National Football League. And what would that have looked like here with Aiden Hutchinson on the opposite end had the Lions offered a third-round pick before San Francisco did, or even countered that and say, well, our third-round pick won't be as good as theirs. Take this, or we'll add a seventh next year, or whatever you had to do to get it done. They didn't do it. Now, did they not do it because they don't like Chase Young? That's what I'm led to believe.
Right.
And that's unfortunate because clearly that's a guy that's getting it done on the field. And it's at a position where obviously the Lions are lacking right now. Now, they showed a little bit of a pulse on Sunday to get to the quarterback, but that's on the inexperience of the quarterback they were going after.
And no sacks in the second half either, by the way. They're 3 in the first half, none in the second half. Outscored 18-0 on the road against the Chicago Bears. There are clear weaknesses, clear deficiencies, foibles. I think that's a Gator word. Foibles that this team has. But Gator, if they have their home playoff game, if they get Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, James Houston, Aleem McNeil, some combo or even all three back, and they're playing an indoor playoff game with a healthy offense, like they'll still be in a position to win the first playoff game in 30 years and do it at home in front of the fans. That is not to ignore or just to make light of their issues. They have clear issues. But the hysteria from people, I feel like, is like trauma from previous years that is not fair to this team or this situation, more importantly.
Well, I think the other thing that happens is that people are seeing what Dallas is doing and feel like Philly is maybe playing dormant right now because they're just a volcano waiting to erupt there with what they can do offensively and what they should be doing defensively, but they're not, which is strange. But you see that you think your team is so far beyond what those teams are, and then you go back into your SOL mode and don't do that, okay? Because this is only year 3, and they're ahead of schedule. All right,
I think they're on schedule.
No, I think they're ahead of schedule. I mean, the
goal going into the season was to win the division, get your home playoff game, and win it. I think they're on that schedule.
Right, but I'm just saying,
they're not ahead of it. Ahead of it would be, boy, I think this team has built a defense in a way I didn't expect.
Let me qualify it. When they took over, if I had told you that this team is going to win the division in the third year, would you believe me?
I would say that is the expectation when you hire a coaching staff and a regime, right? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, with a quarterback that everybody thought was done, and it wasn't. I'm saying for myself, I think they're ahead of schedule here from where I thought they were from day one. After last year, I was excited because they had everything in place in the offseason to go do, and they did, to let's win the division. And they're on pace to do that. Now, that doesn't mean that winning the division means you must win the Super Bowl.
No.
So there is more improvement to happen, and it's going to happen in the offseason. It's another offseason. You have money to spend on free agents. You know exactly where it has to go. You're not doing a scattershot approach when it comes to draft. You have all these top picks. What are they going to do? What they're going to do was all exciting last year, and they hit on most of them, right? It was fun. So they're going to go into a draft with a pick in the 20s, likely, and I think Lions fans know where they want that pick to go. On the defensive side of the ball, either in the secondary or find an edge rusher that's there if you haven't done so already in free agency. So there's different priorities what's going to happen this offseason. But I think they're making their way on that path to where we all want them to go, desperately want them to go.
Let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. Bill, you're next up. You're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I have, for one thing, I love your show. You guys think a lot like I do. Gator, your points were excellent. But what I called about is in the first half, Sunday, Goff threw a perfect pass to Gibbs. Gibbs looked like he could have scored. Gibbs dropped it. It could have been 20-0 or 20-10 at halftime. So Goff put it there. Gibbs failed. But okay, my next point. So Kmet outplayed Laporta. That kind of sucked to me. It seems like the defenses are playing shorter because they know it's going to be St. Brown or Laporta. And in my mind, I don't think Goff can throw the 40-yard touchdown pass.
Well, he's shown that he can.
I've seen him throw passes to Jameson. Jameson's got the guys beat. Like that interception, Jameson had the guy beat, but Goff didn't get it to him. He got intercepted.
Well, he wasn't throwing to him.
If you watch the replay, he was behind that guy.
He wasn't throwing to Jameson.
I think you're thinking of a different play.
No, I know what you're talking about. The interception that he threw on the sidelines there when J-Mo was deep, he wasn't throwing to J-Mo. He was throwing to the other receiver was in front of him. And it was a bad pass. Ends up being an arm punt. It was a third and long, and rather see them intercept it there, and then fortunately it was a penalty on the return because it knocked him back down to the 10-yard line or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you on some of that stuff. But I mean, Goff doesn't throw the ball downfield for bombs. He doesn't throw 40-yard passes all that often. What he does extraordinarily well is throw the ball within 25 yards. He does it extraordinarily well. And
timing it on target.
Yeah, and when you add play action into the mix, he's outstanding. Some of the things have shook that a little bit over the last few weeks. The offensive line hasn't been as good, and he has made some bad mistakes, and he's also had some bad luck.
Jared Goff now for the season, only 5 quarterbacks have thrown more interceptions in the NFL, which is crazy because he had that stretch where he was not turning the ball over.
360-something attempts, he didn't throw an interception.
But this was also the quarterback he was at the end of L.A. and the start of Detroit, where when things break down, the turnovers happen in bunches. And unless you have a great defense where you can overcome it, you're in trouble. And the Rams found that out, and it's part of the reason they moved on from Jared Goff. And the Lions may be finding that out as well at the end of this season. I mean, is that not what people are starting to think after what happened against Chicago?
I mean, Ken can attest to what the people have said this week when I've been out, but I would assume that, people are jumping off the bandwagon of Jared Goff, and now they're starting to, do more rabble-rousing than ever before.
Well, this is the analogy I used to Doug, all right? The Lions obviously have not played well the last 4 games, okay? They're 2-2. They're sick. When you're sick, sometimes you don't feel like you're ever going to get healthy or better. And I think people are just reacting to being sick. Like, I'm still feeling. Do I have a fever? I'm throwing up and all that stuff. So they're looking at everything right now. And so Goff is taking some of that. They need to get back to what they were doing when they were winning and get healthy again, right?
248-539-9797. Lions fans going down the stretch run. What is your expectation for this team? It's 97-1. You know, I love Christmas music. Gator, it feels a little off with the mood around our football team right now. It's not like a holly jolly time.
Well, there's no snow on the ground yet either.
You calling for some?
I say this every year. I hate snow. I hate the winter. However, I love Christmas, and it's not Christmas to me unless I see snow on the ground. So I call for snow on my terms. Snow is fine as long as it falls between the hours of like 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. so that the plows and the salt trucks have time to do their job before everybody hits the morning commute. That's what I like.
Yeah, and you get your picturesque white Christmas.
I love the picturesque white Christmas.
Sign me up.
Because it's cold enough out there.
Lions fans, your expectation for the rest of the way. 4 games left, all indoors, but all against teams with winning records. Lions have some clear flaws, foibles, Gator word. My expectation is that they will split the following 4 games. They will have their home playoff game, and presumably they're getting their defensive players back. They will win that home playoff game. That's a successful season. So I'm not in a full panic. Now, if they lose to Denver this week, if they get bad news on the injury report, things can quickly snowball. Pun intended. I'm not there yet. I'm not into the hysteria or the panic yet because I still think this is on its course. I've never believed Goff was a great quarterback, yet I thought they were going to win this division. I wanted to see defensive line upgrades at the draft and at the deadline. They didn't. I still felt like they could win this division, get their cake home playoff game matchup, play it indoors in the climate control, and win the game. That's still all on the table right now, and not only on the table, the most likely scenario. But I think people are concerned that this last game, 2, 3, 4, are going to happen in the next 2, 3, and 4. And this team could lose 3 of the next 4. This team could find themselves out of home field, could find themselves in a bad first-round matchup and a one-and-done situation, which to me is a complete disappointment. I would call a season where they simply get in and get bounced a failure. But we're not there yet. Gator, we're not there yet.
No, we're not there yet.
And I think it's big to see Ragnow and Decker both, albeit limited, but back at practice for this football team. Because then you keep Jared Goff from turning into a pumpkin. The clock doesn't strike midnight. You can preserve this for this season, but I think we all know long-term that can't be the plan.
Well, what you want to, I don't want to put the cart too far before the horse here, but what you want to see is you're hosting a playoff game, obviously, because you win the division. And then you're hosting like Green Bay or Minnesota or the Rams, that you're hosting one of those teams. You don't want to host Philadelphia. You don't want to host Dallas. Those are the 2 you like to stay away from.
Well, you're going to avoid them.
Well, depending
for the first round.
Depending on where they're seated. I mean, if
Dallas or Philly, the loser of that division will be the 5 seed. The Lions won't be the 4 seed.
I suppose
that's reserved
that's
for
true.
the NFC South.
So they'll end up playing the 7 or 8 seed. So right
6
now,
or 7.
6 or 7. Sorry, my bad. 6 or
Numbers,
7.
I know.
So right, yeah, it's awful. Minnesota or Green Bay is where it stands right now.
Yeah.
Just keep it there. Just keep one of those teams. It's funny. The other thing I was thinking of is that with all the panic that's setting in, this team's 9-4, and everybody's like doom and gloom. Are they now actually closer to the number 1 seed than they've ever been?
Don't do that.
I mean, honestly, though, because they're a game back. It's 1 game. Like, they go out and beat Denver, and then you've got to then beat Minnesota, and you've got a showdown with Dallas that might actually be for something.
I think that's a little much. I don't think they're going to go to Dallas.
They're 1 game back, Jim. That's facts.
Well, I'll say,
that's math.
Gator, yesterday, and Jim, yesterday, Doug and I were part of calming the crowd down a little bit was saying, listen, I don't personally think that they're going to get the 1 seed, but like you said, facts, they're only 1 game behind the teams that have that have a better record than in the NFC, right? Just to put things in perspective, though. Like I said, I don't think the Lions are getting the 1 seed, but to put things in perspective, they're 9-4, and the best record in the NFC is 10-3. And people were calling for Goff's job, and I'm like, dude, relax.
All right, I've already said that I think San Francisco is on a pedestal. They're the best team in the NFC, probably the best team in the NFL. The remaining schedule at Arizona, home against the Ravens. That could be a really interesting game. Maybe you'll know everything after that week, and then we can stop with what people might say is foolishness, even talking about the number 1 seed. At the Commanders, and they finish up at home against the Rams. That last game of the season might mean something. Might mean something for the Rams. Might mean something for San Francisco. We don't know. But they've got a couple of tough games there, the Rams and the Ravens. I mean, is it crazy to think that things could go sideways? Plus, and I don't ever want to root for, and I'm not going to win. I'm not rooting for injuries, but injuries are a part of the game. Anything can happen. Down the stretch is you do not want to suffer any kind of catastrophic injury, or even if it's for a week. You don't want to at this point with 4 games left, but it's going to happen. It's bound to happen. Lions have dealt with 1 million injuries already this year. Who's to say that that bug doesn't bite somebody else?
Let's get to Julian. Julian, you're on Carson Anderson.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So my panic level's at about a 4 out of 10. Going into the season, I expected about 10 to 11 wins, and we're exactly on pace with that while showing signs of looking like a better football team than that throughout the year. Some reasonings that I have for the offense slowing down and, just the slow starts in the third quarter. I think 90% of the responsibility for these next 4 weeks fall on the shoulders of Ben Johnson, and then next is Jared Goff in line. The reason I have for that is this offense, our biggest playmakers are Laporta, Gibbs, and J-Mo. And I know J-Mo's not a rookie, but I throw him in that rookie category because of what he's gone through in the early stages of his career. I feel like when we go off of our game plan, like coming out of halftime, or we have to alter from what Ben Johnson has put in place for us, remember, him and Dan Campbell are early on in their coaching career, like having a, if I'm right, I think Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson, this is the biggest coaching opportunity of their year, and they're just starting their 3rd year of it. So they're pretty early on and dealing with a lot of rookies on this offense. When things go off course, we rely on Goff to bring these players back in, and I don't think they're responding that well, and that falls on Ben Johnson. And I feel like, he's got to do something different or show me in these next 4 weeks what he's capable of and why his name is such a hot name in the coaching market, because, it's important to me. So,
well, the third quarter has been such a problem for the Lions. Looking at it from a splits
do you have them up?
conversation, I do for the Lions. Yeah, they're offensively, they have had 19 first downs in the third quarter on rushing and 30 in passing. The 30 passing, when you look at the rest of the quarters, 37 in the first quarter, 52 in the second quarter, 48 in the fourth quarter, 30 in the third. Rushing, 25 in the first, 18 in the second, but they backed it up with 52 passing, 19 in the third, and 31 in the fourth quarter. The third quarter has been a massive problem for this team. It's really incredible.
I agree with what Julian said, that Ben Johnson is under the microscope here. I would rank the offensive issues or the offensive pressure, I guess, on the O-line and Ben Johnson. Because I don't want to rely on Jared Goff. I want them to set it up for success. I want it to be well protected, well blocked, well designed, so you can get the ball out to Laporta, timing on target, out to St. Brown, timing on target, the whole deal. J-Mo, I'm with you, Gator, a little more often. Doesn't have to be 10 targets a game, but how about 4 or 5? All of it's predicated on the O-line, Ben Johnson play design, and Goff just managing the game. If they have to rely on Jared Goff, I think we're getting a sense more people are getting on board with how that ends up. The Rams ran the experiment in real time for us. You do not want to have to rely on Jared Goff. You want to protect up front. You want to scheme it up well, set them up for success. Gator, I want to know coming up next where you're at with Goff, because I think people who were supportive are starting to wane. We know Hendon Hooker waiting in the wings. You were interested. Let's get the latest with Gator on where the quarterback position sits today. It's 97.1. So you said while you were off, you watched a little of the Twitch stream, and it looked like Doug was like pulling his hair out.
Well, like tugging at his scalp. I don't know.
Yeah, come on, Jim. Shots fired, man.
Jesus.
Doug just took a stray.
He keeps him tight, man. But there was some face palming.
Agony. You could see it in his face.
Yeah. I think at one point there may have been a push away from the desk.
Oh, one of these, like.
Yeah, like I've had it. People on Twitch were calling for him to throw a chair.
So his moment that you guys are referring to that you were hearing about is when he actually like kind of lost it, went on a rant. A caller called in and said that the book is out on Jared Goff. You have to rush him. And Doug lost it. He goes, no kidding? You have to rush the quarterback? Oh my God. Like that's when he really like lost it. After like a day and a half of taking these calls, that's the one that pushed him over the top.
So then this is an apt time to ask Gator, where do you stand on Jared Goff?
The book's out. You have to rush the quarterback.
Yeah, well, you got to rush the quarterback first and foremost. Look, I like Jared Goff, and I've said that I think that his future with his team is tied to postseason success. It's really what it comes down to, because he does have his limitations. You know, for someone, and I've said this, I think he's a tremendous quarterback when throwing the ball up to 25 yards. He's accurate as hell. Like Hank said, delivers it on time. I think that the limitations on him are he doesn't play well outdoors. I mean, it's just a fact.
You play in the north. You're gonna play outdoors.
Well, yeah, you're gonna play outdoors half of those games,
and things like
in the division
postseason, Philly, San Francisco, outdoors.
Right. You've got some tough teams, but we'll wait and see if they get to the postseason. If they have to play an outdoor postseason game, I'm going to love it because that means they've advanced in the playoffs. But that's a big concern that I have right now is because it's just fact that he doesn't play as well. The lack of mobility, I don't need him to be the next Lamar Jackson or Justin Fields. I don't need that. What I'd like him to do is to be able to maneuver in a pocket well enough to buy himself extra time, not to take off and run for 15 yards, but to buy extra time, stay behind the line of scrimmage, allow those guys to get open and then fire a pass. Or to take off and get 5 yards when you need to get, 3, get the 5 yards. I like that. But that's a limitation on him. He's not going to get anybody. He's not going to get any faster, right?
He's not a playmaker, right?
Well,
and you could define that a number of ways. Like a playmaker, meaning like once the play breaks down, you use your legs to keep an eye downfield or even take off and run. The other way you could be a playmaker is you can uncork some throws that very few can make. And it's clear he can't make that wow throw, the down the field, tight spiral, 40 yards on a dime. He's not that quarterback.
Maybe not that, but he is going to throw the ball 20 yards down the field on a dime, tight spiral. Maybe not tight spiral because he really doesn't throw many tight spirals, but he throws the ball. He can throw it hard when he needs to. The touchdown pass he had in the game against the Bears, was it DPJ that caught it?
That was a big fourth down play.
Bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute bullet. He's capable of throwing bullets, just not from 50 yards away.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got his limitations, and I understand that. As long as a team is constructed where the offensive line does what they do, they run block and they protect the quarterback, I'm fine with him as the quarterback. But as we get on and we see that, you're going to have some salary cap issues, and they're going to be able to hang on to all these guys in the offensive line. Guys are starting to break down physically. Frank Ragnow is a guy that can't practice every day. You hope he stays healthy. But is he ever going to play a full season again with this team? I don't know. They have to start thinking about replenishing that offensive line. The running backs they have, the running game they have is great. You've got the running game, you got the offensive line. I have no issues with Jared Goff. But there are, like I mentioned, those are the other things that I do worry about. Playing outdoors and the lack of mobility bothers me. So when it comes to a contract offer, I'm in no rush. I know people want to, they have to extend them. No, you don't have to extend them just yet. And then people are like, well, I'm not extending them. And I'm like, I'm not saying that either. I'm saying, let's see what happens in the postseason. The Lions have postseason success. Is he a reason why they are? Now, you said if he throws one touchdown, you may not go with it, but it's how he plays in the game, right? So if the Lions have this great running attack and he's just managing the game and he goes 16 for 23 for 197 yards and a touchdown, but no turnovers, okay, I'm running with him the next year. I'm not necessarily going to give him the contract in the offseason because you don't have to.
Right.
And I've never understood this, why teams think that they have to, or why fans say that you have to do it. You got to extend him before he goes into last year. Well, why? Well, because, yeah. And I guess the reason is you think that you're going to get him for cheaper. How much cheaper are you really going to get him when it comes down to it? Right? I think, well, you signed me in the offseason prior, so I'm going to give you a discount, or I'm not going to look at what my earning potential is after. No, you're still looking at the same thing. So I'll wait until probably after next season. I'm not going to be in any hurry. Or at least the earliest I would look at is probably halfway through next season to decide if I want to extend him or not. Because halfway through next season, you'll see where you're at as a franchise, as a team, and you'll have some kind of an idea of what Hendon Hooker is.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Hendon Hooker just returned to practice 2 weeks ago or whatever it was. He's not running with the ones. No. He's not running with the twos. All right? He's running scout team. And thank God he is, because they need somebody with athletic ability that can run that scout team to resemble Justin Fields or Dak Prescott or Russell Wilson, because he has those attributes.
It's funny. Wilson's the other quarterback this Saturday night, and he had that really cheesy, cringy Mr. Unlimited. Feels like Goff is the opposite. Mr. Limited.
Well,
he's Mr. Limited.
But that
and listen, can you win a division?
A little unfair, but yeah.
Well, you used the word limited.
Well,
I just made it a little fun. Limited.
Yeah. Making like they're polar opposites. And they're not
the opposite quarterback. It just, turn a phrase. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Mike, you've been waiting patiently.
He's Mr. Limited.
He's
Hi,
Mr.
guys. How are you?
Punt. Hi, how are you, Mike?
I am doing good, man. I love your guys' show. I'm glad, appreciate you guys taking my call. I called in yesterday and couldn't get through, but I just want to ask you guys' opinion. The team we have currently, right now, minus Goff, with Stafford, would we be in the same position or would we be in a better position?
I have no idea. I don't even want to play the Stafford game. It's not worth it, because if you had Stafford, you wouldn't have the draft picks. You wouldn't have a lot of things. Mm-hmm. It's not worth going at, and who knows? I don't know what his attitude would have been at that point. The injury, you can't play the game.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, you got to look at it. They're both not mobile quarterbacks. They're both, but Stafford has the
Stafford was better. Stafford was better at maneuvering in and out of the pocket than Jared Goff.
Yeah,
and Stafford was better at throwing a ball downfield.
Yeah, they were both.
But I don't think Stafford is as good as Jared Goff when it comes to the intermediate game.
Fair. I think they're both guys. You mentioned mobility, not a plus. Turnovers, a concern for both. The difference was the high-level throws that Stafford could make that Goff can't. And it's why the Rams traded for him, and despite the interceptions, those caliber throws won them a Super Bowl.
Stafford, his interceptions he has thrown in his career, I mean, he leads with his NFL history for pick sixes that he's thrown.
Sounds like a stat. I believe Jeff Rieger has used that stat. That sounds right.
I like Matthew Stafford. I'm happy with Jared Goff. I think the trade worked out for the Lions.
I think you're happy with the totality of the trade, right? It's not just Goff or Stafford.
No,
you got the
never
picks.
was.
You got the players.
Everybody was like, "Well, we got the picks. Oh, we had to take Jared Goff."
Well, I'm saying
and then
you got
Jared
all
Goff ends
of
up playing really well. Yeah.
So it's not a 1-for-1. And with the waiting on Goff contract, I agree. You should definitely wait. I think, Costa, you've said it before too. If that's a tax I got to pay to make sure he's the right quarterback, I'll pay that extra tax, that extra money that you were supposed to save if you did the contract earlier. I'll pay the extra money to make sure that Jared Goff is the right guy for this team.
Reminder, guys, we're giving away Lions tickets today. Be listening. That Carson Anderson quiz question. Something said on the show will be the answer to that question. It's a pair of tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions game this Saturday night against the Denver Broncos. If you don't win, and we're only going to have one winner, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Canton on Ford Road tonight. The Thursday Night Football Feast with Wojo and Rieger. That's from 6 to 8 p.m. There's another chance for you to win. It's all courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. The Goff conversation. It's been a hot one this week. You guys are welcome to jump in on that. We're also talking about the next 4 games. Maybe try to put a record on it. Like Gator, I've said 2-2. I want to get your answer. Let some people weigh in on the ticket text and the phones. The Lions record in the next 4 games. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug's off the rest of the week. His sanity could probably use a 48-hour cleanse, dealing with hysteria from Lion fans. And some of it is understandable, Gator. There are real frustrations with this football team.
Of course there are. Nobody would say that there isn't. There's real holes in this team, just like there are real holes in every team, seemingly but San Francisco.
But it felt like Doug specifically was on edge.
Well, because he's not doing radio in Philadelphia, where I imagine it's probably a similar discussion that people are having.
Heat's probably pretty hot right there.
Probably pretty hot right now in Philadelphia, but we're not worried about Philadelphia. We're worried about Detroit, and people are complaining because they're coming off another loss, and it's another loss where they have more turnovers, and you have the fumbled exchange, you got an interception, and
2 of them.
Yeah, it's not good, not good at all. It's. The second interception doesn't bother me as much as the first one did because the second one's more desperation.
Yeah, game's over.
Tipped or whatever. I forget. Games are kind of blending together in my mind right now. But all that gets erased because you got another game on the schedule on Saturday night.
And if they win that game, everything's fine. Right?
It should be.
If they win that game.
Well, you win that game, you're probably guaranteed that you're going to be. I mean, you just heard Jeff Lesson say there's 16 scenarios in the playoffs where they can clinch a spot this week.
And then likely a Division 2. I mean, you would be up 2 or 3 games with 3 to go, 2 against the Vikings. At worst, you're splitting, right? I mean, the Vikings aren't good. At worst, you're splitting. If they win this week, everything's right where it needs to be. You're going into a home playoff game. Your defense is getting healthier. You can keep Goff upright indoors with your offensive line, which limited, but getting guys back at practice this week. All is going to be just fine if you win this week. If you lose, then I get the hysteria. Then I get a little more of the panic because now you're opening up the door to potentially not having that home playoff game. You're opening the door to even more serious concerns with this football team. Like Gator, they should win this week.
Yeah.
They're 4-point favorites. They're at home. They're the better team. They haven't lost back-to-back in a year and a half under Dan Campbell. Like they normally respond not only with wins, but emphatic wins. If that doesn't happen, then you start wondering about what is actually sinking into this organization. What is happening to our football team? You called it a must-win.
Yeah, I think it is a must-win for everybody's sanity. I like the matchup against the Broncos. I think the Lions are a better team, just flat out think they're a better team. Playing at home, indoors, all that's to the benefit of Jared Goff. Russell Wilson still has some talent. He's not done with his career by any means. But what Russ likes to do is take chances. He likes to throw the ball downfield. This is a big game for the safeties to come over and get that help because there are going to be opportunities to pick the ball off.
So a Brian Branch game.
It could be a Brian Branch game if you want to say that. I won't disagree with that. I think it's a big test for the defense. They've got Cortland Sutton, the receiver, is really good. Jerry Jeudy's got speed. And it's a test for the offensive line if they're healthy to keep that team that is great at creating turnovers to limit what they're going to do against the Lions.
Before we get back to the phones, your record for the Lions the next 4 weeks?
3-1.
Okay.
I'm chesty about it. I think they win on Saturday night. I think they take both games against Minnesota.
Lose the Dallas game.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, the Lions would have 12 wins, a home playoff game.
That's right.
Potentially, not the 1 seed, but potentially the 2, depending on how things shake out. I don't know.
There's potential for 1, but not much potential. And 12-5 is where I had them before the season started.
Right back on schedule. 248-539-9797.
And with the hope that you're going into the playoffs by getting a couple of their players back.
That's a key. I know Aleem McNeil is on IR. He spoke last week and said the expectation is he would be back week 18 when he's eligible. Now, you could get into like how much do you want to push him if you've already clinched versus how do you desperately need him in that week 18 game against the Vikings. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on social media every other day indicates he's back. It's not quite yet, but
he's yelling at Cam Newton. And
right, yeah, well.
And then James Houston looks like he could be back before the season ends, and that would be a welcome addition, but you just don't know how he's going to return.
I mean, those are multiple levels of your defense that you can address.
Big pieces. Lee McNeil's the biggest piece.
I think he's the biggest piece, too, that they could get back. And if you have that home playoff game and you're favored, and you can still win the first playoff game in 30 years. but I think people are starting to get nervous. Some people are full-blown panicking. I think we're at least a week away, another loss away before I would get to that point personally. Let's get to Judy. You're on 97.1.
Hey.
Hey, Judy.
How you doing? How you guys?
Hey.
Been a listener for a long time, and I don't call too often, but I heard Gator make a comment about Goff not being an outside, quarterback.
Correct.
And I think back to last year in Green Bay, last game of the year, and the passion this team had. It's just amazing to me how they had nothing to gain, but they went out and they beat them. And I just think, being in Green Bay, as cold as it is there, and Goff did a great job.
He did in that game, without question. But one game doesn't define your career unless it's a Super Bowl win. So
No,
if he played really well in that game outdoors last year, absolutely. But I'm just saying the splits, the way the games he plays outdoors versus the games he plays indoors in a retractable dome stadium, it's almost night and day difference with what he does this year. I mean, the quarterback rating is like 82 outdoors, and it's like 104 when he's indoors. It's a big difference.
Yeah, that's true. I just like the passion that they played with. Every single player on the team last year had this thing about beating Green Bay, and they did it. And I just was thinking for the last few days already about how they could just get this passion back to win here on out.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to beat Dallas, but I do think they have a really good chance Saturday night if they get that passion back.
Well, I think we're going to see a different team on Saturday night, and I'm glad you brought that passion up, Judy, because I think one of the things, Dan Campbell's been this great motivator, and there are only so many rah-rah speeches you can give, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're playing Denver on Saturday night. Who's Denver's coach?
Sean Payton.
Okay. Where'd Sean Payton used to coach?
New Orleans.
Where Dan Campbell used to play and coach?
New Orleans.
There you go. Dan Campbell and Sean Payton are friends.
Uh-huh.
Sean Payton said as much. He's like, we're really good friends off the field, and and obviously Dan Campbell's been there, done that with.
He's kind of a mentor for him. Yeah,
part of the Super Bowl with that team. So I think that there's going to be added incentive even from the coaching standpoint, and maybe an advantage for the Lions is that Dan Campbell knows perhaps better than most of what to expect from Sean Payton. And I love what the Broncos have done this year. The turnaround has been amazing to go from 1-5 to now a 7-6 team.
6 of the last 7.
And a team that gave up 70. Don't forget, this team gave up 70 points to the Dolphins in like week 4. 70. And now they bounce back, and they're one of the more feared teams in football because they get you to turn the ball over. Amazing.
Let's get Matt on. Matt, you're on. Carson Anderson, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I just, I understand as a Lions fan how people are panicking. What I don't understand is how they're not appreciating how far ahead we are in this rebuild. This regime has done so well with this culture. I understand not bringing in a guy like Sue because you're worried about that. I understand not giving up a draft pick for a guy like Chase Young, especially the way that they draft. We're a playoff team. We're on the verge of, if we get healthy with a guy like Gardner Johnson, McNeil coming back, possibly being able to go and beat anybody. I don't understand how more fans aren't appreciating what they've done, and they're just so ready to just burn it down over a few games.
They react week to week, and I think if you poll them after the season, I think Lions fans would probably agree with you and say yes, that they're a little bit ahead of schedule. I'm excited about what's going to happen next year, but this is the here and now.
Matt, who wants to burn it down?
I
have not heard of anybody saying that they want to fire people.
We got to get rid of Goff. We got to get rid of Glenn. Which I understand the Glenn thing. He needs to work on his in-game transitions, just being able to adjust.
I thought he adjusted pretty well on Sunday.
I did. Sunday was actually a nice change of pace for sure.
A couple of plays that the team let them down, but yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I just, like I said, with the culture the way that it is, and guys want to come here. Gardner Johnson left the Super Bowl team to come here. So I understand not wanting to jump the gun on bringing a guy like Sue or giving up a high draft pick for a Chase Young because you're worried about the identity of the team. You're worried about certain things. But I also understand Lions fans, and, you got to win now. There's no guarantee that this is here next year. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm just coming from what we've come from. I remember the blackout games. I remember having to tune in to 97.1 to listen because you couldn't watch it on TV. So I guess I'm more appreciative of what they're doing now.
No, people can complain, and it's a prerogative to complain. They're not. I wasn't happy with how they played on Sunday. I get it, and then I think we want better. We want to see better, and we're all excited because they are 9-4. We know they're a playoff team, but what we don't want is get hurt and see them get to the playoffs only to lose a playoff game. You don't want them to be the Vikings of last year.
That is the fear, right? If we could build it into one thing, I think they have like a 91% chance of making the playoffs. They're going to be in the playoffs. The fear is that they would get there and lose and be eliminated immediately, and it's all for naught.
And look, Jared Goff's a big boy. He understands how this works. Okay, he's the quarterback of an NFL franchise. You're the face of the franchise. Everyone looks at the quarterback, and you get blamed for every loss. That's just how it works, and it sucks because it's unfair. It's interesting because was it Tom Brady made this comment a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago when he talked about the quarterbacks and they're not as good, and it seemed like his old man yelling or whatever. But you look at, like, from a quarterback rating standpoint, there aren't many quarterbacks that are really inspiring this year. All right, Jared Goff is 9th in the NFL with a rating of 94.8. Now it's actually higher than that because you got Tommy DeVito's ahead of him, Kirk Cousins through 8 games, and Jake Browning through 5. So if you take those 3 guys out, now he's 6th in the NFL for starting quarterbacks, guys who started 10 games or more. When you look down the list, and that number of 94.8 is good, not great, but it's pretty good. You look behind him on that list, here's who's behind Jared Goff in quarterback rating. And I know quarterback rating isn't be-all, end-all, but I'm just putting it in perspective. Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow. These are the names of the players. And then you go way further back, and you got Jordan Love, Matthew Stafford are there. And then you got some rookie quarterbacks that you've seen. I imagine that there are some similar discussions that go on everywhere about the quarterback. I'm sure Philly fans aren't happy right now with what Jalen Hurts is doing. Same thing with Charger fans are like, what the hell is going on? Why do we suck? We've got this quarterback. Maybe it is the quarterback. They're starting to question whether or not Justin Herbert's the guy. Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. All right, his quarterback rating is 91.2. That's nothing to write home about, and yet, they're still a winning team.
Gator, it just shows you Jared Goff's been good as a whole on the season, but people are reacting to the last 4 games.
I know.
Okay? So they're not,
That's my point. That's exactly my point. Is that people are going game by game instead of taking a step back and looking at the totality of what you've got, which is a pretty damn good quarterback.
The totality is good, but is the trend good?
Well, I'll use totality. You said he's 6th highest quarterback rating.
Yeah.
6th most interceptions. Totality for the whole season. Using every game played this season.
Yeah, he's thrown 10. That's a bunch.
Yeah.
That's a bunch. And it's less than Josh Allen. It's less than Patrick Mahomes.
But the difference is, am I getting a ceiling of a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes with Jared Goff? And I don't think anybody thinks at his best he is Mahomes or Josh Allen.
Of course not. No.
So I'll deal with an extra.
But you got to build your teams the way you build your teams.
But I'll deal with an extra interception or two if you can do the things that Mahomes and Josh Allen can do and Jared Goff can't.
Yeah, well, throw 10 touchdowns to 3 interceptions the rest of the way, and I'm okay with you. Right?
I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We're going to keep talking to Lions fans. There's a bunch of questions. It's record prediction the next 4 weeks. The overall thoughts on Jared Goff and the quarterback position and the expectations for the Lions moving forward. I do have an update on Dylan Larkin. We should pass that along to people.
Oh.
Derek Lalone with an update on the Red Wing captain. We'll do that briefly coming up next. It's 97.1. Gator, you're pretty concerned with the Dylan Larkin injury, like we all are.
Yeah, that was horrific. I watching that game was just a scary scene.
Motionless on the ice, and it's a head thing, and you worry about long term. The update from Derek Lalonde, he said today that Larkin is unavailable through at least Saturday, potentially available Monday. Day-to-day situation. I like potentially Monday. It doesn't
sounds great.
It doesn't mean like it's in this indefinite doom. Sooner rather than later, Larkin back on the ice because they do miss him. They do miss him. And
100%. I mean, he's their best player.
Yep. JT Compher is out tonight. He has missed the last few games, but they say he is close still day to day.
So getting both of those guys back is going to be huge because then he can set your lines how you want. And the Red Wings would have two pretty good lines when it comes down to it. And the other two lines are lines of consequence because of the way that some of these guys are playing. I mean, Rasmussen is playing really well. That last line, when you throw Berggren and Sarnak and whoever else out, the Fisher out there, they do a good, these guys know the role and they're playing it well. I like to see that. But everyone likes scoring. This team has been scoring a ton. You get two separate lines with Patrick Kane and DeBrincat, and Veleno has upped his game dramatically, and Compher is good, and Larkin back healthy.
Veleno won him their last game.
Yeah. And Kopp in the mix, and others, and Perron, when he gets off his suspension, that's another one, right? Perron, because he's serving that long suspension for clobbering the wrong guy.
His heart was in the right place.
Well, it was to a point. Like, I appreciate anybody sticking up for your teammates. I don't appreciate the way that he did it. You don't cross-check another guy in the neck. Not the way he did it. That was horrible.
I think it was, you're seeing red. Your captain has had open season on him for years. There needs to be a message sent. You're not allowed to cheap shot 71. And if it means you get suspended a few games, you're willing to send that message.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I just, it's
like
a consequence.
It was dangerous.
It was really dangerous. It was actually, it looked worse than the hit that Larkin took. Larkin got hit twice at the same time, different spots. One just may have been the worst one. Was probably the punch or butt end of whoever it was. It ended up hitting him right in the jaw, knocked him right out. Because the cross check to the back, when you saw it from a million angles, didn't look as bad.
It was still a cheap shot.
Should I duck for cover and say I didn't think it looked that bad?
It was still a cheap shot, though.
Yeah, but I don't think it was like as egregious as others that we've seen. It wasn't like what we saw with him before, where he really got cross checked in the neck. This was one that was. It looks like it's part of the game. You don't like it, you can call it. It'll be a penalty, and no one's going to argue with it. But to me, it didn't seem like it was the most egregious thing you'd see out on the ice. But it was a combination. When you see the guy lying motionless on the ice, you're like, okay, whatever happened. My main concern is the guy who's lying motionless.
Get some ticket text in the mix. We've been talking Lions a lot on the show today. Saturday night, Gator called it a must-win. We've talked about record predictions the rest of the way. 4 games, all against teams with winning records, but all indoors, so that alleviates some of the Goff concerns to some. And getting the offensive line healthy, I think, would alleviate it more.
Another concern, though, that I have is the pass rush that comes against him. Because in these games, you got, again, a team like Denver that creates turnovers.
And Minnesota, who blitzes their brains out.
Who brings Daniil Hunter. And then Dallas, who has Micah Parsons.
So you need this O-line to be upright.
They got to be upright.
Some ticket text. This is Al in Shelby Township. Says, thinking the Lions will finish 3-1. They'll beat Denver. Not sure which Vikings game will lose, but I think the big game will be Dallas. Hoping for 4-0, but thinking 3-1. Lions will bounce back. Go Lions. Great show. But Gator, the other side of this coin, we've gotten ticket texts like this one. 0-4. Lose the division, miss the playoffs, typical Lions. That crowd never left. They were waiting for this. They are not going 0-4. Come on, guys. They haven't lost back-to-back games in a year and a half. If they simply just hold serve at 2-2, split with the Vikings, win the home game against Denver, lose the game to the Cowboys, I'm not saying that's inspiring football down the stretch. It'd be stabilizing. They'd likely win the division with 11 wins. They'd get that home playoff game. And then, you're hoping you got your matchup where you can win the first playoff game in 30 years.
I said earlier in the show that I'd love to see the Lions just go out and smoke Denver 34-10 for all of our sanity and not have to have a nail-biter 27-24 at the end of the game. I think we're more likely to have the nail biter than we are to have the blowout. I still think the Lions win, and then we're going to feel better about things on Monday.
I mean, if you want the betting nugget, I believe I saw the Lions aren't just 6-0 following their last 6 losses. They're 6-0 against the spread. So
you should say that on a podcast or something.
Maybe I will. We tape tomorrow.
Write that note down.
I will. Gator, we're going to have some fun at the end of the hour. You guys do Are You Going to Eat That? Yeah. I have Are You Going to Buy That? Holiday gift edition. I'm going to give you some of the most hot, trending gift ideas.
I got some gifts I got to get, so.
Yeah, have you done your Gator Day yet? You know, where you go out and get a bunch of gifts, you go out and treat yourself and treat others?
I've done parts of it. Like I treated myself. I went out to brunch, I guess, the other day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're a brunch guy, huh?
Well, the restaurant's called First Watch.
Oh, yeah, that's a franchise.
I love First Watch. Every time I've gone there, every item I get is great, and I try to get something new last couple of times. So I got the French toast this last time. Good God, it was great. This is the first time I didn't get the tequila cocktail, though. So I just went for breakfast.
Cocktail guy.
That's brunch for
that
you.
Tequila cocktail is fantastic. Yeah, so I did that. I've actually gone to I went to Somerset. I got a little bit of shopping done. I was dismayed at the amount of cashiers that were available at Macy's.
Not many?
There were like on the one floor, when I was on the top floor, I think there was one cashier register open.
Oh, poor.
And there was a line of like 30 people.
Oh, man. I
feel poor man or woman.
I felt terrible for that person. I'm like, okay, I feel bad for you. I'm not going to complain, but I'm also not going to wait in this line.
This is why online shopping's so popular, too.
I get it. Well, but the other thing is the rest of the mall, you go into each individual store and it's fine, right? So I did some of that, but I'm looking forward to next week doing more of that.
Well, you might have some things to buy.
The hottest items.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. Let's get to Frank. You're on 97.1, Frank.
Oh, hey, I'm looking at things from an optimistic point of view, and that's this. What's happened actually since that Baltimore game has really just revealed Goff for who he is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if, any of you have seen that article by Bill Barnwell from ESPN, where he talks about the quarterback rating that Goff has under pressure, that he has had under pressure over the last 6-7 weeks, and it's 0.6, 0.6, which is less than 1 out of 100. And to me, that's just devastating. And it really matches the eye test, because once you put Goff under pressure and get him moving around and off of his spot and off of his rhythm, he's pretty much useless. And you cannot have a quarterback that's going to do anything in the playoffs if he has that kind of weakness, because what's going to happen is that defensive coordinators like Brian Flores, for instance, if Detroit gets Minnesota in the playoffs, can you imagine what kind of blitzes he's going to dial up for Goff? And to me, that's just an essential fatal weakness that you cannot have in a quarterback who will pretty much panic under pressure. And so I'm really happy that this has happened, because I think it's going to move the Lions off of the idea of extending Goff, and they're going to open up the door for Hooker, who I think is, has the potential to be, something really special. And if you want to take a look at how special he can be, take a look at that Tennessee-Florida game from a couple of years ago when he went up against Anthony Richardson. And there was no question that he was a better quarterback on the field. And while he wasn't as impressive athletically as Richardson, he was not that far behind. And, I think the Lions may have gotten a gem in Hooker. And I think their plan, if Goff doesn't come through for the playoffs, is to go ahead and just slowly but surely move on to him.
Well, that's why you draft the guy. I mean, I think they got it was a high reward for medium risk. I mean, you're using a third-round pick.
Yeah,
it's not a nothing pick, but
at that position,
it's a high reward because this guy, had he not gotten hurt, would have won the Heisman Trophy and likely would have been a top 15 pick.
And he does a couple things well that Goff doesn't.
He can move.
And
he throws the ball deep.
And the deep ball. Now, processing defenses at the
That's
NFL
totally
level,
different.
it's going to be a learning curve. It's not an automatic. It's part of the risk. But yeah, Gator, I don't think you extend Jared Goff. I think you play this out. They've given themselves the flexibility. If Goff turns the corner, great. If he doesn't, He's still got another year left. You have a preseason to get Hendon Hooker some reps. You keep the door open. And if there isn't a definitive answer, you keep your options open. There's always the franchise tag. There's multi-year evaluations. You can trade and go get a quarterback. You do not have to marry yourself to Jared Goff. And I agree with damn near everything Frank said. He showed you who he is at several different moments this season, who Jared Goff is as a quarterback. And it's not a guy that's going to go on predominant playoff win streaks on his arm. The only way the Rams made the Super Bowl was playing defense and running the football.
Well, come on. He had a role in that. All right. You don't throw 32 touchdown passes or whatever he did and not have a role in the passing game.
His playoff games were one touchdown, one pick, one touchdown, one pick. Manage the game. Get credit for that. But it's not a guy who you think is going to go throw 3 touchdowns at a critical spot and win you the game.
Okay, but he's not a mediocre quarterback.
No, he's not.
He's a good quarterback. He's not mediocre. He's probably a top 10 quarterback in the National Football League as it stands right now. And people aren't happy because the last few games the team hasn't looked very good. And I get it. I'm not happy with how he's looked. He's turned the ball over way too much, way more than we thought he would this year after having that long-ass streak. But they got 4 games left. Get things back on the right ship here. And the most important thing is when you look at his performance, playing indoors, this guy is money. And they're playing indoors the next 4 games.
Kanks has got some breaking news.
Yes, according to Dave Burkett of the Free Press, Dan Campbell just said C.J. Gardner-Johnson is ready to return. Could be back at practice as soon as next week. He's got his strength back. He's secure. He's going to be ready soon.
Oh, my.
Thoughts on that? We'll get to it next. 97.1. 141, we'll have that Carson Anderson quiz question for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room. Lions game Saturday, December 16th against the Denver Broncos. If you don't win, stop out Buffalo Wild Wings in Canton Ford Road tonight. Rieger, Wojo, the two of them from 6 to 8. Thursday Night Football Feast. They'll have another chance for you to win. It's all courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Gator, we just got some breaking news. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, not back this week, but next week? Am I reading that right? Am I understanding that right, Kang? You said that Dan Campbell's quote today is they expect to have him back next week?
He's been cleared to practice. They want him back on the field ASAP. Won't be this week, but there's definitely a possibility for next week.
Which would mean he's back for the final 3 games of the season, 2 in the division and 1 in prime time against the Dallas Cowboys. Shot in the arm for a defense that, listen, he's not going to blitz and hit the quarterback all that often, but if you take the ball away, spot your offense with better field position, how about get off the field on one of those 3rd and longs? Yeah, it could be a difference maker. I think McNeil would be another one they could get back before the end of the regular season, and everyone's waiting on James Houston, edge pressure. But that's the first of 3 dominoes we're waiting to hear about.
Well, I'm excited about this. I obviously don't expect him Saturday night, but can he return for the first game against the Vikings? And I hope so. But I would say this: he doesn't have to come back and play 90% of the snaps on defense. You have at that position. The Lions have some depth at safety. When you look at it, they could ease him into it a little bit his first game back, if it's going to be the first game against the Vikings, because you still have Kirby Joseph and Tracy Walker and Brian Branch.
Ife Melifonwu, who's starting at safety.
Melifonwu was another one that, you can ease him back into it. But just having his presence there, I think, is big.
He is a personality.
That he is.
No shortage of that. He's already taken shots at Cam Newton on social media for Cam's comments about Jared Goff and other, quote, game managers. And he'll talk on the field. He is the biggest trash talker in the NFL as voted by the players. There is a little bit of a swagger and an energy that he brings on the defensive side of the ball.
And he's also the guy that led the NFL in interceptions last year.
So I said takeaways. Yeah. If you can't get stops.
Well, and this is a problem the Lions have run into the last couple of weeks. They haven't been taking the ball away.
And they're giving the ball away. And that's
the bigger problem.
People talking Goff. We want to get some of those phone calls in. Greg, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. So I'm just getting so sick of all this Goff hate. I mean, calling for Hooker to come in and, be your starter. And Cookies, I think a little bit of umbrage with you were saying earlier that he's not a playmaker. Fifth, the offense is ranked 5th in the NFL? Is that correct? I think that's what
the Lions offense. The Lions offense, which has 2 really good tailbacks, a strong offensive line, and some playmakers at receiver. Yes, they've been productive.
Okay, so Cookie, you're great. I love you, man, but confirmation bias, dude. And that's what I think a lot of the other fan base that's been calling in this week. It's for you, it was a take with the Goff, and now trying to kind of cement it. And then with others, it's like a muscle memory. Some people they're waiting for this. They're waiting for the Lions to have a little bit of a downturn so they can call in and just complain about everything. And I'm sick of it.
Greg.
So Goff is a little he's Goldilocks a little bit, right?
Sure.
And we're not just talking about the size of his mitts, right? But
yeah,
there's what, maybe 3 quarterbacks in the league that can just totally make plays out of nothing. And you've seen earlier this year Pat Mahomes when guys are dropping balls, and then also when you look at Jake Allen. When you look at what he had some struggles.
Yeah, of course.
He had struggles early in the year too, so that's 2. I mean, I think with Goff, he can be the best Goldilocks, if that makes sense. His ceiling is very high when his Pro Bowl All-Star Frank Ragnow center is it.
Yeah, but Greg, isn't that kind of a no-duh comment? Like most quarterbacks would thrive if given time to throw, the threat of play action, a run game. Yeah, most quarterbacks would be elevated in the spots. I think the question is when he's under duress, when they're missing even one of those critical offensive linemen, he has looked pedestrian. And you can call it confirmation bias. He's committed the most turnovers in the league since the day he was drafted. And you can cut it up however you'd like since 2016, 17, 18, 19. He's in the top 3 to 5 in terms of turnovers at that position. This is who he is when he hits some level of duress. And I think in the postseason against the best teams and the best fronts, he's going to get hit a little bit. I don't think that's a hot take. And like, Greg, you can call it confirmation bias. It's just playing out in front of us. I mean, this is who he is.
But if they play indoors, he's a different quarterback.
His issues can be insulated better indoors.
Yeah, look, like I said, he's not a perfect quarterback. He's got his flaws like most quarterbacks do. He's not somebody who's going to make any plays with his feet, that's a big thing because everybody loves the running quarterback, but can those running quarterbacks throw? Not all of them can. In fact, most of them can't.
Mm-hmm.
This guy can throw. If he's got the time to throw, he's going to pick you apart. Guess what? So will just about every other quarterback in the National Football League. But this guy does it with a precision that most don't when he's got time. That's why I like him. Now, is he the full-time solution? Is he the long-term solution for this team? I don't know. A lot of that is going to be determined. These last 4 games, the playoffs, what they do in the playoffs. Is he going to look like Mung? They're going to limp into the playoffs? Is he going to struggle in a playoff game? Is he going to look lost out there? I can't imagine he's going to look lost out there, right? Lost was like Scott Mitchell was lost. And he had a phenomenal season 1 year when he had the 32 touchdown passes and the well over 4,000 yards passing. And they lost a playoff game, and he looked terrible, right? I don't think that's what Jared Goff is. I think Jared Goff can fill up the stat sheet because he's capable of doing it, but he's also capable of winning games. Give him the chance before you write him off. And I think it's crazy people writing him off right now. I'm not speaking to you directly.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think people are writing him off way too prematurely based on what you've seen the last couple of games. I really wish that they had won that game at Chicago and that he looked better outdoors because there was like one drive he looked phenomenal and then the rest of it not so much.
Well, and you mentioned it earlier. They were in a great position in that second quarter. They scored right before the half. They're getting the ball to start the second half. This is when good teams go score in and out of the half.
Yeah.
They just didn't score out of the half, and things spiraled.
And the caller had brought up the drop pass by Jahmyr Gibbs. It was
awesome.
massive.
Yeah.
And you know what? They had a drop pass by David Montgomery the previous week that would have been a touchdown. I mentioned the missed block that Taylor Decker, if he had blocked the linebacker, that Jamison Williams on the end around, that would have been another touchdown. But this is football. Things come down to one play, and you've got to make the play. These guys got to make the plays.
I think the part of it is, he's had some drops for sure, but he's been struggling for sure.
Yeah, he's had some misfires too.
Yeah, and I think people just need to keep things in perspective. It could be as simple as, guess what? The entire offensive line practiced this week, and if he gets protection, he'll be back to be playing well again. You know, people are calling for desperate moves when this is not a desperate team. They're 9-4. They're gonna win the division. They're gonna host a playoff game. They just need to clean up the things that got them to where they were. The last few weeks, it's been
take care of the football.
Yeah,
and to
protect
be
the
clear,
quarterback.
To be clear, I think they're winning enough games to win this division, host a home playoff game, and win a playoff game. I've said that since before the season, all while maintaining that Goff isn't the guy. I think that highly of the infrastructure that they've built, the offensive line that they have, when healthy, the play design that Ben Johnson has shown that will get him a head coaching job. The defense, when healthy, has been good enough to win this division and win a home playoff game. That to me, like, people act like I'm like waiting for them to fail. I want them to do something they haven't done in my entire life, and I think Goff can be the quarterback of a division winner and single playoff win team. I just don't believe in him to go on pronounced runs beyond that.
Well, I'm waiting for something else.
What are you waiting for? We'll get to it coming up next. It's 97.1. Gator, you said there's something you're waiting for.
Yes. You had a laundry list of things before, and we're still waiting to see this. Here's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for J-Mo to have the breakout game. I'm waiting for Ben Johnson to just unleash him and say, here we go. We're no longer going to treat this with kid gloves. He's not going to be the third option, the fourth option. He's going to be the number one option on 25% of the pass plays we call. Need to drag him across the field and throw him the ball. Crisscross. Have one receiver on one end of the line of scrimmage, the other receiver the other end of the line of scrimmage. Be it St. Brown and J-Mo, and have them cross. And then, oh, by the way, you still have Laporta. So you got somebody's going to have to make up their mind real quick where they're going to go. Are they going to hand off? Oh, you're going to take this guy at this point? Well, you're not going to keep up with him.
Nope.
Two guys will be open or whatever. I'm not trying to be the offensive coordinator, all right? I'm just I desperately want Jameson to be more involved, though, all right? I trust Ben Johnson knows what the hell he's doing, okay? But I'm tired of not seeing this guy involved in the game. I'm tired of seeing 2 touches a game, 2 targets a game.
Sounds like you want to be the OC.
Give him the damn ball. Well, I'm turning into a fan here.
I'm with
and
you,
I'm
though.
still trying to be objective. It's just,
I don't think it's at all out of bounds to say, hey, really fast player who can break open a game.
It's just
more than one touch, please.
If you go to the games, like it's one thing on TV and you're seeing it, and okay, if you're watching carefully, you can see that it gets open. But if you go to the games, all right, if you're at Ford Field and you just train your eye on number 9, he is so freaking fast and gets so open so quickly, it's not even funny. But he's not the number one option. So Goff steps back, try 1 step, 2 step. Oh, there's my number one option. I'm throwing to it. That's what he does. And he does it well, particularly at home. Jared Goff's really good at home. Mm-hmm. I want more J-Mo.
Well, Gator, it's funny you mentioned that. We had a lot of callers yesterday say, I'm at the game. I see this guy running downfield. He's beating the coverage and things like that. And Doug would say kind of like he believes in Ben Johnson and all that stuff. And just because we think Jameson Williams should get the ball more doesn't mean we don't believe in Ben Johnson.
Exactly.
Now, the thing is, when the offense is struggling, that's when you're like, well, we have another weapon it doesn't seem like we're not using. Maybe that will help open up the offense. I think that's what we're saying, right? I mean, like,
it's exactly.
We know Goff and the offense have been good without the production from Jameson Williams, but also, why is he there?
Well, I think people, and I'm sorry, Jim, but people, I think unfairly will say, well, you just got to throw it deep to him. No, I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I'd like to see them take shots, deep shots, but to take a deep shot, you got to have time to throw. You got to have the right, what's going on with the line of scrimmage, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be the right defense it's called. I just want a defense that's called that's going to give you time to throw, and then I'm fine because I think his speed is going to outrun everybody. What I want to see is what I said. Drag him across the field because you can't keep up with him.
Correct.
Or drag him across, sharp turnaround, there he goes. I don't know what his route trees are. I'm sure they're very intricate and all this, but I don't think it has to be that intricate. Not with Jameson Williams. Speed is the number one thing.
Lions fans, we're going to keep talking football, but we're going to take a brief little pause here. For a Gator, are you going to eat that? Are you going to buy that holiday edition?
It's a shopping edition.
This is, are you going to buy that? Although I will start with an item that could be both.
Oh, okay.
Gator, I imagine you're someone who will gift alcohol, a liqueur.
I gift alcohol.
Yeah. How do you feel about this new spirit on the market? Doritos unveiling a nacho cheese flavored distilled spirit, a liqueur that tastes exactly like the chip.
Absolutely not. I mean, it sounds disgusting.
$65 a bottle.
No.
No?
What? $65 a bottle?
Yep, it's on sale this week for $65.
Oh, hell no.
You'd try it though.
I mean,
Gator, isn't it like other chips? Once you have one, you can't stop.
You know what's great about chips? In large part to me, it's the texture. Your crunch. You got something there, and then there's flavor that comes with it. I don't want my booze to taste like nacho chips.
The drink.
I think it sounds horrific.
Flavors of nacho cheese, corn tostada, umami, and a hint of acidity.
By the way, that's another word I hate, Kang, is umami. I'm so tired of that word.
You think it's become too hipster?
It's way too much.
trendy?
Too trendy.
Oh, do you get orange like around your lips too as well? Or is it like I know you've been drinking Doritos liquor again, Gator. I can see it on your face. Yes.
Can't hide from me.
Nope.
No, and I'm one of those guys. I'll go and look at liquor selection and get to like whiskeys. You get the flavored whiskeys and the flavored vodkas. And sometimes I'll buy one because it sounds, that sounds kind of exotic. I'll try that. Not like this. Hell no.
Okay. These are, again, trending gifts for the holiday. A lot of these are being made popular by TikTok. Gator, we know you'll peruse TikTok. Have you seen people discussing the Ninja Creamy ice cream maker?
No, I have not.
Viral ice cream machine can be used to make ice cream smoothies, gelato sorbets, and milkshakes. You can add your favorite mix-ins for personalized ice cream treats.
I think it's a great gift idea. I think for someone, for an aspiring chef, for someone who likes to cook at home or whatever, I think it'd be a great idea. You can make it as healthy as you want because you're adding in your own ingredients. You go to a sorbet, or I think that sounds pretty great. That's a great idea.
The next one, TikTokers hydration must-have, the Stanley the Quencher H2 Flow State Tumbler. Have you seen these comically large tumblers? They're all over the internet.
No.
It's like a thermos, basically.
Like a gallon thermos?
Yeah, they're massive.
No,
40-ounce models.
It's like the most basic thing going on right now, Gator.
Yeah.
I think it's so stupid.
You lost me at Stanley, man. I can't, it's everywhere. He's right. Jim's right. I don't know if TikTok started or whatever, but every woman has this now or wants it.
Women want a 40-ounce tumbler?
They want the Stanley.
Yeah, Gator. These could be items that you're going to buy for yourself or gift to someone in your life.
All right, now I got to see what the hell this thing looks like.
Maybe what lucky lady's getting a Stanley from Gator?
That's a 40-ounce. That thing's 40 ounces.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I fill up water out of an old Gatorade bottle every day.
But this might be a gift for you. Keep your beverage cold.
Get yourself a Stanley.
No,
treat yourself.
I'm not going to treat myself on this one.
This next one I don't think you're going to go for, but I just need to read it. For the beauty obsessed, Snail Mucin Hydrating Serum. May sound like an odd gift, but it's a big hit with the teens on TikTok. It's made of 96% snail secretion filtrate. Social media users have been saying it's such a good product that they don't need to use other skincare.
96%, Gator. That's how you know it's good.
I'm trying to control what I'm going to say so that I don't get myself in trouble. Using the snail trail to moisten my skin, I'm okay with not doing that. I'm not a moisturizer guy anyway.
It can protect the skin from losing moisture. It can promote collagen production and help fine out lines and wrinkles.
I imagine if I were to give that to lady friends or lady friend, that would not be received very well.
It's just moisturizer, right?
Yeah, that's all.
Basically.
Yeah, with snail stuff.
The next item, for the kitchen talk obsessed, the Bermuda Toaster Steam Oven. So it's a toaster oven.
But it works with steam.
Yes.
I understand. When I went through my renovation a couple of years ago, when I was looking at stoves, that one of the stoves that they had was like a steam-powered stove.
Wow.
And there are benefits to that. Using it as a toaster oven makes it smaller, so not everything has to be done like that.
It's a kitchen gadget, 4.5-star rated.
Yeah, it is a gadget.
So it
can toast bread.
Does it toast or steam?
It steams perfectly to toast your bread without sacrificing the bread's inner moisture and flavor. It features 4 bread modes, including sandwich, artisan, pizza, and pastry. It can be used as a mini oven because it can reach up to 450 degrees.
You know, I was thinking, Gator, right off the bat, but I don't know how big this is.
Yeah.
Like crab legs. Like steaming, things like that, you know?
Yeah.
Seafood, I don't know.
Pizza. Because a lot of people, when their hack for reheating pizza, like leftover pizza, is to put it on like the
air fryer.
Well, put it in the air fryer is number one, right? But if you don't have an air fryer, you'll take like a frying pan,
a little water,
a little bit of water, cover it, and then you wait a few minutes, and the pizza's perfectly melted, the cheese is perfectly melted, and it's perfectly heated. So I could see this being, having many applications, but it's basically it's a toaster oven.
The next 2 involve dogs.
Okay, well, I do have a dog.
For the stylish pet, the Lululemon City Adventurer Nano Backpack. Who can resist videos of adorable dogs wearing tiny little backpacks? Gator, One reviewer exclaimed, "Awesome for dogs. I gave this gift to a friend who takes her dog to the beach and parks. It's perfect for the dog to wear attached to their harness. It's a little tiny backpack."
All right, now I'm going to look at this one.
Lois ain't sticking around for that.
And it's Lululemon, so you know it's not going to be cheap.
Well,
Lululemon for dogs?
Yeah.
Man. Get the dog a Stanley while you're at it.
Right? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And they don't seem to really be that expensive. I mean, there are different kinds. Well, I guess if you didn't want a Lululemon one,
Well, this one's water repellent, Gator.
Yeah, do you love Lois or not?
Yeah,
I do. I love her so much that I'm not going to embarrass her by getting her a freaking backpack.
Kind of like a fanny pack for dogs.
What is she supposed to do with a backpack?
Put stuff in it, like everybody else.
I'm so tired of running around in circles in this backyard. Whew! Oh, that's right. I got my backpack, and I packed a snack here.
She could put like
in a book.
Stuff she finds in your yard.
The dumbest idea.
The next one, Gator. It's a brand that appeared on Shark Tank in 2022, blew up on TikTok. The upgrade you didn't know you needed, I believe I'm pronouncing this right, the Pluffle.
How do you spell it?
Pluffl. The dog bed for people.
The Pluffle human dog bed.
Oh, it's a human dog
It's a pet bed, but for people. Like a sofa, you can lounge in it with your dog, cuddle with your partner, or just chill out alone in the Pluffle.
Gator, you could sleep with Lois in this thing.
She sleeps in my bed anyway.
Well, now you sleep in hers.
In the Pluffle.
Show her how it feels.
I will tell you that this thing looks awesome.
There it is! Just get it! Yes!
You'd buy this?
Can you please send a picture of you two together when you guys sleep in this?
I'm not going to buy this, but it looks
machine washable,
because
completely free of mercury and lead.
Just what it is. It's a dog bed, but it's giant size. So one of the it's plush, and it's got the high ridge around it.
Gator.
It's made with orthopedic gel-infused memory foam.
See? There it is.
60 degrees of supportable plush pillows.
Every night you could be like, your bed or mine, Lois. Which one?
It's $300.
How much is that in dog money?
That's a great question. It's $2,100. The base of the giant human-sized dog bed is approximately 68 inches by 33. So no, this makes no sense because me being 6'1" on a good day, no, that's 73 inches. So, that doesn't work for me. Sorry, Chief, it's not going to work for me.
Well, that's Gator. Are you going to eat that? Are you going to buy that?
But I could get that for a friend of mine.
Holiday edition. Gift ideas. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, a lot of Lions talk today. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson expected to resume practicing next week for the Lions. Shot in the arm back on defense. 4 games down the stretch, all against teams with winning records, all indoors, but against good pass rushes. So there's this Goff conversation that's embedded in the team conversation. It's kind of a Russian nesting doll, if you will. There's the conversation in the conversation inside the conversation.
Oh, there you go.
Goff,
Matryoshka
the
dolls
team.
or something?
Yeah, sure. Sounds right. Anyway, that's been part of the conversation today on the phones. You guys can join us, 248-539-9797. We got some fun feedback on the Are You Going to Buy That edition of Gators Are You Going to Eat That? Ticket text, 248-539-9797. Gator, my dog has a Prada bag for poop bags. The backpack might be a good call. It's from Rich.
No, I'm quite capable of carrying poop bags in my own pockets.
This one says, Lois backpack full of dead squirrels.
Look, she saw one dead squirrel, and fortunately she dropped it quickly. I thought for a moment that she had done it herself, that she killed the squirrel, but she did not. Clearly, the squirrel fell to its death. But
she doesn't collect them, does she?
Not that I can tell, no. The yard's pretty clean right now, and I haven't seen any remnants.
All right.
So
if you can collect it, I'll talk about it. I'll have her on the podcast if she's...
Check out
more
Kang
value than
Collects.
you think. Texter says, both my daughters have those Stanley Cups. They're so bleeping annoying. They're huge. They weigh 10 pounds. I have no idea why they're so popular.
Trends, man. You mentioned it, TikTok.
What do they put in there?
It doesn't even matter
Water,
at this
tea,
point.
coffee, whatever.
They just got to show off the Stanley.
I carry my wine in there.
Speaking of alcohol, put the Doritos liquor in a Bloody Mary, reads a ticket text.
I mean, that's probably a pretty good application for it, but I want nothing to do with this Doritos liquor. It sounds disgusting.
What about a ranch one?
No.
Doritos Ranch.
No.
All right.
No.
Trying to help out, man.
Ticket texter on the Lions says, don't underestimate yesterday. Doug was getting snippy when people would say they wanted to see J-Mo used more as a first option. That's a point of conflict that we don't get this week with you two separate.
I know.
Gator came in, first time we talked Lions. He's like, and J-Mo, can they get him the ball? And it would have been great to hear Doug opposite you.
I'm just, it's probably the thing I'm frustrated with most of the Lions this season is the inability to get him more involved in the offense. And I know that the counter to it is, well, he's probably not getting it done in practice to deserve it. But I reached my point with players that are drafted high. At some point, I'm like, they were drafted high for a reason. You saw what they did in college. Why not implement that in the pros? And if it's an utter failure, that's fine. But at least let me see that it's an utter failure as a fan.
Well, you know what it is too, Gator? Doug defaults to, I trust Ben Johnson. You can trust Ben Johnson and still be critical.
No,
you can think the Lions are going to win.
It's a solid default, by the way.
I think you can believe in Ben Johnson and want to see more J-Mo. I think you can believe in the Lions winning this division and want to see more pressure from the defense and want to see Goff protected better.
I think Ben Johnson took some hits this week.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess he took some hits. Now, Kang, you were in all week. You've been in all week. He takes some hits for the fourth down call, the handoff.
Yeah, he definitely took some hits. I think everyone said that called in, not everyone, but most of the people that called in and text thought that, and I personally agree with them. I thought he had a bad week, and that's okay.
It's okay.
It happens, you know?
It is going to happen.
So I thought some calls were questionable. I thought they didn't stick with the run enough. I know we hear that all the time, but that's what was working, and things kind of escalated, and I think he got off his game plan.
It's funny. I was getting texts during the game, in the beginning of the game, and one of the texts I got was, they're running it too much. Why they can insist on running it? And I texted back at the time. I said, it's a 2-to-1 mix of pass over run. And by the way, they're averaging at the time, they were running the ball for 11 yards a carry.
I think the opposite is true.
Okay.
Should probably run it more.
Well, and then it started to change over, and they were running it more. And that's when the second quarter happens. They have this brilliant second quarter defensively and offensively to move the ball. The Lions got hit with the mistakes really cost them. Dropping a pass, Jahmyr Gibbs cost him. Amon-Ra St. Brown dropping a couple passes cost them. Taylor Decker not getting that block on the J-Mo end around cost him. Aiden Hutchinson jumping offside on a 4th and 10 when they're just trying to draw you offside cost them. Aiden Hutchinson going inside and going rogue, apparently.
He called a stunt. They probably shouldn't have called it. They definitely shouldn't have called it.
Well, not against that quarterback.
In that situation where he can beat you on the outside.
Yeah, so
you're putting your defensive tackle in a position to contain the wide side of the field. Not a good decision.
You know, your place kicker misses an extra point. I mean, these were all things that just, there's too many of them that add up.
But where are you at with Aiden? A lot of talk about Goff and him losing some people, turning on Goff. Where are you at with Aiden?
I like Aiden Hutchinson a lot. I think he's a quality player, better than quality player. I did expect more from him this year in terms of sack totals. It's not there yet, and that's disappointing, I guess. But he does things that other players don't do. Like, he does drop back into coverage, and he has a bunch of interceptions. He's got passes defended. I think he's a pretty smart player, a pretty heady player, plays with this high motor, and they're using him all over the place, which they should. I think he needs to get a little stronger, but I like where he's at. I think he'd flourish if they had somebody on the opposite end. And right now, they just don't have it.
At the end of last year when James Houston really got going, Hutchinson also really got going too.
Yeah.
Teams can double him. They can chip him. Tight ends, running backs. The Packers at one point had the tackle, tight end, and running back on that Thanksgiving game account for Hutchinson. He's still getting pressures, and I know people are getting nauseated by that stat, but third only to Parsons and Nick Bosa at pressures. People who want sacks, I get it. Sacks end drives, end plays.
Yeah,
He's had the most sacks of any Lions player in their first 2 seasons in team history.
Well,
history.
No,
so
that's not true.
They tweeted out the stat, Lions PR this week.
I will visit it is not true.
Okay.
Alabama Baker had 23 and a half sacks.
That's before they counted.
His rookie, I'm just saying it. Alabama Baker had 23 and a half sacks his rookie season in the league.
How many years ago was it?
It was 1978.
Okay, let me make an amendment. Since 1980, no Lions player has had more sacks through their first 2 seasons than Aiden Hutchinson. In other words, in the last 43, nearly 45 years, they have not had a productive pass rusher out of the box as good as Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, he's been great. You know what I would do if I were Aiden Hutchinson in the offseason? Or how about now? Study film of Max Crosby. Watch how Max gets it done. Because he's the only guy in that line. And he's getting to the quarterback.
He's relentless. They're both relentless.
Watch TJ Watt. And I'm sure that he does all this too, right? But this is what you do. You copy the best and you can be the best.
TJ Watt, through the same number of games, had 1 more sack than Aiden Hutchinson.
And then he took off.
Yeah, and that's the thing is he can't stabilize as an 8-sack guy. Then it would be disappointing.
No, this is why, I mean, he's got so much room to get better, and he's going to be better. But I like where he's at now. I want more. And I want it now because I'm a fan.
It's my pass rush, and I want it now.
That's right. But he would benefit greatly if Houston had been healthy all season long. They'd both benefit. But he's not. It would have helped if Romeo Okwara were the player that he was a few years ago when he got the extension, when he deserved the extension. Would have helped if Charles Harris had, gone on his progression, but that didn't happen. Everybody they put on the other side has been disappointing.
There's a conspiracy theory, Lions conspiracy theory, that we've gotten more than 1 or 2 ticket texts on today. I want to get to that coming up next. In addition to your phone calls, where are you at with this football team, the hysteria, the panic, the confidence, wherever you're at. It's 97.1.
So this time of the year, you got holiday parties all over the place, going out and buying gifts for people, obviously, right? I'm going to suggest this, and I hope you take me up on this. If you haven't tried it yet, you've got to. It's called Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. This bourbon is delicious. It's made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know it's quality. It's versatile. You can drink it any way you want. If you want to do shots with your bros, have at it. You want to drink it neat, around the rocks, it's right that way. Hey, you want to mix it up with ginger ale or a cola, it's delicious that way as well. And no one's going to look at you side-eye. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon's awesome. It's only $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget at all. So don't show up to any party or tailgate empty-handed ever again. Bring something that's going to really put a smile on everyone's faces, and that's Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. Of course, the best part is the taste. It's got hints of vanilla and ripe stone fruit. It's incredibly smooth. You're going to want to come back for more. So follow at Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. I should say at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. And this way you get to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
Look, if it was just one ticket tax or two, there's a conspiracy theory that I've seen throughout the show today since you brought up Jameson Williams. And I don't buy this, Gator, but I did want to just get your reaction to it. There are Lions fans who have convinced themselves that J-Mo not being more involved is all part of the plan. See, he's a secret weapon, and they don't want to show it right now. They want to save him for the playoffs. As if these games aren't, like, really important.
Jim, I'm not going to completely blow that off. I won't, because this team's going to make the playoffs, right? We know they're going to make the playoffs.
91% chance.
Yeah, and they're also likely to win the division.
Yes.
So if you're going to tell me they're going to unleash hell in the playoff game when they're hosting it, okay, I can listen to it. I'm not going to say that's a certainty. I want to see it now because I think we need to see more of him. But if they're holding him back, I don't think you do that in the NFL.
Yeah, you called this a must-win this week. Like, you don't save it for the playoffs because you might not get that home field advantage if you don't win these games.
Now, maybe what they do is they have one drag route, one deep route, and one end around. And let's see what they got out of it, right? But I think there has to come a time at some point that you treat him in a way like he's Tyreek Hill.
248-539-9797. Tom, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. You're on Carson Anderson.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the coach and some of our fourth down calls.
Okay.
We've been, 1 out of 9 in the last 2 games. And I think that it causes some problems with motivation for our guys because they're always desperate to stop the run or giving this other team a shorter field to play. What do you think of that?
That you're saying the play calls, not necessarily the decisions to go for it?
Well, when it's the decisions to go for it and we're ahead of the game and we're on our side of the field, I don't think that we're surprising anybody anymore. Because what's our coach's nickname?
Dan Gamble? So, right, yeah. I mean, people have picked up on it that he likes to use all 4 downs, whereas other coaches simply only operate with 3. Yeah, I got you.
You know, we got a great kicker, and we're not using him to pin people back and give us better field position.
I don't know. I think you might be on an island there. You think we had a great kicker.
He missed an extra point this week. They don't trust him north of 50.
Do you mean punter or kicker?
I mean the punter.
Oh,
okay. All right. Yeah, that I agree with.
Yeah,
they have a great
I'm just
punter.
saying we're going up for it on our side of the field.
Right.
And we're faking a kick, which we know that everybody knows that we're going for it.
Well,
because there's
against
that
the Bears, they didn't fake
right?
a punt.
Because he has the reputation.
I know. They faked the punt a couple times this year. Kansas City, week 1 on the road, Thanksgiving Day against the Packers. It worked once and it didn't work the other time. I think the difference is you felt like you're the underdog in Kansas City and you're trying stuff. You're playing Green Bay. You're the better team. There's still a lot of time to go. Gator, if it's a yard, just put your offense on the field and go for it, which is what they did against the Bears, and it didn't work. That's why I was asking him, is it a play call issue or a decision?
I didn't like that
slow
play
developing.
Call, the long handoff or whatever. I hate that. Quick here, let's go. Or pass it. But I think when it comes to going for it on 4th down, it sends one of 2 messages. Either you trust your offense, you're going to get this. Or you don't trust your defense. And you have to get this done now.
I think it's a little of both, though, right? The
well, I'm saying it says both. It's
Yeah.
one or the other, or it could be, I guess, both. Maybe there's a third. Because it is actually, I think, both.
Yeah.
I think they do trust their offense to get the yards, and I don't think that they trust the defense at this point. Not yet. I mean, I think there have been times this season where they've trusted the defense. It's all in the flow of the game.
I was just going to say, that's the third factor. It depends on how the game's going, too, right? Is this going to be a high-scoring game? Is it going to be a low-sgoring game? How's the defense been playing?
If you've been able to get that 7-yard pickup to a tight end every time, guess what we're going to do on 4th and 2? We're going to run the play to the tight end. You know, if you've shown on defense that you cannot get off the field, you might be more inclined. Here I am at midfield. I'm going to go for it because my defense just got off the field. They need more of a break.
Let's go to the people. 248-539-9797. Let's get Logan's thoughts here on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Logan.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how I'm one of the younger people in the crowd watching, and I can't believe that everybody's freaking out the way that they are just because, you look at teams like Philadelphia, Miami, just blew I don't know how many point lead in the
Kansas
last 2
City.
minutes.
Yeah,
Exactly,
just look at the
so it's
NFC. You don't even worry about the AFC because that's not of consequence unless you get to the Super Bowl. But the NFC teams, Philadelphia has been.
You don't think their fans are freaking out?
They
But
have
again,
to be
my
freaking
point
out.
My point is literally the dudes in that building and the Lions building, they're not, you know what I mean? Like they've got, Jared Goff's the guy who just took us on the 17 and whatever game streak when the tail end of last year and the start of this year. So it's like, I feel like the main thing is they've been controlling games at a lot of points this year, and pretty much a lot of their wins, and even in some of their losses, like that Seattle game, they controlled that game. They had a chance to win it at the end of the game, and a lot of people think Dan was not aggressive enough, me
Correct.
included.
I'm
So
with
it's
you.
like they've controlled a lot of games, and I feel like they just lost their way of trying to do that too much, and that's kind of the one thing I think that they're going on fourth down too much. Is this they're trying to get back into games and control them again, when in reality Dan needs to learn to not be able to do that in some certain points, just to be able to, again, still be able to stay in the game and not just have some of these losses where, with the Bears and the Packers, those two losses, those were closer games than the scoreline would indicate.
I think you can go all the way back in the schedule, go to the point where they beat the Panthers. They smoked the Panthers 42-24. No issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
The next week they play at Tampa Bay and they win 20-6. But you watch that game and there were plays to be made. It's just Baker Mayfield's incapable of making those plays.
Mm-hmm.
So the Lions win that game, right? But I think we can all say, hey.
Yeah, maybe looking back, kind of
They get smoked by the Ravens. They come back and they beat the Raiders 26-14. All right? Pretty handily, not an issue with the Raiders. Then they have that game at Los Angeles against the Chargers.
Where they gave up 5 straight touchdowns
It
to end
was
the game.
awful.
Yeah.
Like when you get down, they have to drain the clock down the last play and to kick the field goal to win. The next game was against the Bears. What they have to do, had to come back from down
12
points in the
3 minutes.
or 18 in the fourth quarter, whatever it was. Come back and win that game late. This is it's kind of a trend here, right? Then they lose to the Packers. Not happy about that. They beat the Saints. They were up by 1,000,000 points to start the game. And then all of a sudden the Saints put some things together and they're right in it. And it took a late turnover for the Lions to kind of secure things. They win it by 5. And now they just lose to the Bears. It's the way that they've played collectively for, the last 7 games. I think that has 7 or 8 games
2
has
months.
people going,
2 months.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's 2 months where it's not been just clean football. Look at it, win by double. Like the beginning of the season, he won by double digits, and it was, we feel really good about this team.
Yeah, you know what it is? They had won 3 straight games by double digits. Actually, 4 straight games by double digits. And then this 7-8 week stretch you talk about, 2 months, happens where Gator, they lost some games. Their problems became more pronounced. They weren't blowing people out. The reality is, though, you're not going to blow everybody out.
No.
You got to win more than you lose. They've won more than they've lost in that stretch. And while, Gator, I see the problems, I also see a stretch coming up here where they should be able to go 2-2, and they should be able to host a home playoff game where they are favored, where they are getting guys back on defense, where they should win. That is not to ignore. That's not me saying, hey, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I'm well aware of the limitations of this football team, both at the quarterback and on the defensive side of the ball, and some of the recent issues offensively. They should win this week against Denver. I'm not panicking at this point yet because they haven't lost back-to-back all season, that even when some of these games have gotten grimy, they find ways to win more than they lose. And if they're playing teams at or below their talent level, they're going to take care of business. I think Minnesota is, and Denver is, at or below their talent level. They should win most of these games. They should be a playoff team. They should win a playoff game.
I think part of the equation, guys, is for the panic is, you were mentioning it, Costa, they were blowing teams out. They were winning by double digits like 3-4 games in a row,
That's
right?
not sustainable,
That's
though.
not sustainable. But
No.
the problem is when you do things like that, your expectations change and you start thinking, they're not a good team. They're a great team.
Like Cowboy fans are on cloud 9.
Yeah, exactly. You could beat anybody, right? So then they come down to earth a little bit, and it's a tough league. Campbell says it all the time. Everyone says it all the time. It's tough to win week in and week out, and they're 9-4. But maybe they're not the 13-win team we thought they once were when they were streaking, and maybe they're a good team. They're an 11-win team, which isn't bad. They're maybe just not as good as maybe some thought at one point. I think that's where some of the panic comes in.
It's really going to come down to that one playoff game they play.
They got to win it.
Yeah.
You got to win a playoff game, man.
I mean, all the narratives come to that, right? It's if they lose, Goff's a bum. They're a bunch of failures and frauds, and the problems caught up to him, and they should have acknowledged the defense at the deadline or the D-line at the draft, and it all will swarm them. And if they win, it's the greatest Lions season in 30 years. I mean, that's what that playoff game comes down to. And they're going to be in the playoffs, barring something catastrophic. There are 16 scenarios they could clinch a playoff spot this week alone, and there are 4 more weeks to go.
Win the game, and it's a fait accompli.
Busy time in the NFL. We got our football questions. It's coming up next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Kang, you got questions?
Yeah, usually Doug will flip a coin to see who wants to kick or receive. You guys just want to do this gentlemanly and just offer it up?
I want the ball.
Oh, there we go. All right, then. Here we go.
Take it.
Costa, you shall receive. Here we go, boys. All right, right off the bat, I'm going to kind of list off a bunch of rules because a bunch of rules are going to be discussed at the end of December league meetings, all right? So let's go over them real quick here. Number 1, Costa, they may eliminate the hip drop tackle. Do you agree or disagree with this?
I've heard players say that they don't even really understand. And if the players aren't all on the same page as to what qualifies, I think it's too soon to rule it out of the game.
Gator.
I think the hip drop tackle has to go. I think players absolutely know what they're doing. It's a last-ditch effort to bring a guy down, and it's horrible because every time somebody's getting hurt.
All right, I disagree. I think offensive players need to learn how to go down as well to protect themselves. I think there's just too much protection for the offensive players, and the defensive players are no longer being allowed to be defensive players anymore. I feel for them because it's really hard to bring guys down now. Now you got to lay them down a certain way. All right, the next one they went was the kickoffs. They want to see more kickoff returns. Troy Vincent said it's become a ceremonial, like dead play now. How do you make more kickoff returns, Gator?
I think it's simple. If you want them, it's real simple. You move it back 5 yards. Go to where they kick from the 30.
Costa.
I mean, that's the easiest thing. Go back 5 or 10 yards if you want more kick returns. My question is, do they actually want more kick returns? Because it's been going the opposite way for years, and at that point, just give the teams the ball at the 30 or the 25.
Well, they say they want more safe kickoff returns, and the numbers show that the people just aren't returning the ball. I agree with you guys. Push the kickoff 5 yards back, and on top of that, no more free fair catches. If it lands, before the end zone, you take it out, or if you fair catch it, you're going to get the ball wherever you fair caught the ball. All right. They also talked about the tush push, but we brought that up already last week, right, Gator? I'm going to go with the other one they went with is the fumble out of the back of the end zone. They will review it, okay? Some say it's too punitive to give the ball to the defense. Should they keep it or change it?
One more time.
All right, when the offensive player fumbles the ball out of the back of the end zone,
this
it's
is a
given.
dumb rule. Yeah. I mean, you should lose the ball. If you fumble the ball, the other team gets the ball.
Gator?
I love the rule because it is punitive, and I know it's too punitive for a guy who's just trying to make a play and score, but you lost the ball, and you got to hang on to the ball. And when you get that close, there has to be some sort of consequence for it. So I like it the way it is, even though I do think it's probably too punitive, but it should be a cautionary tale of taking care of the football.
Ding, ding, ding.
I hate it. I think they should change it. The other team did not recover it, so they don't get it. When you fumble the ball out of bounds, it doesn't go to the other team. It's way too punitive. If you still want to penalize the player still for losing the ball and you're going out the back of the end zone, maybe put it back at the 5 yard line and not at the 1 yard line. But definitely too punitive. I think they should change it. Okay, apparently Marvin Harrison Jr. is deciding whether to enter the NFL draft or not. He has said that he's got unfinished.
Advise him to do was go be a top 5 pick, get your money, and get to your second contract sooner too. Even if you can get a little bit on the NIL, get to your second contract sooner, get to the pros quicker.
Yeah, that probably does bother him a lot, obviously losing in Michigan. But a lot of Michigan players never beat Urban Meyer either, and they had to move on with their careers.
Mm-hmm.
It happens, man. I think you cannot, if I were to advise Marvin Harrison Jr., and of course he should do whatever he wants to do, but if my advice would be to go to the NFL, take care of yourself, take care of your family, he will probably be a top 5 pick. The 5th overall pick last year made a guaranteed $34.5 million because contracts are guaranteed for first-round picks now, the whole contract.
Here's the other thing. It's really easy. Go pro because just wait a few months and those wins that Michigan had over Ohio State are going to be vacated anyway.
Well, so NIL is the reason people might stay too, but the NIL money is not as good as $35+ million that he's probably going to get in the NFL. Sorry, son, you'll get over the Michigan losses. Go to the NFL. All right, Tommy DeVito, is he the real deal?
I wish he was the real deal because it is such a fun story, right? He's giving a little of this, a little of this, a paisan in the NFL. Hey!
What if Lenny call him Tommy Cutlets? I like that. That's funny.
It's such a fun story. I hope it's true. Hey, they're one game out of a playoff spot right now, but no, I don't think Tommy DeVito is real.
No, I don't think he's real at all. It's a fun story. It's a great story. It just, you know what? It shows that what a colossal mistake they made with Daniel Jones in that contract, how stupid they were. If they could get Daniel Jones to play just a management role As far
They're favored this week against Tampa. I think they also play the Panthers, if I'm not mistaken. Softer schedule. I think the odds have them 50-50. Let's make it 100%. I think the Packers are in as a wild card. The team I would leave out, the team from the South who doesn't face Carolina, the free square the rest of the way, and that is the Saints.
Oh.
I got to tell you.
Both Tampa and Atlanta are going to face Carolina down the stretch, pick up an extra win, little wiggle room.
Kang, when I saw this question, I just started to smile because it's such a great question. With all these teams, I mean, you've got 3 teams in the NFC South are all 6-7 with Tampa, Atlanta, and New Orleans. You've got the Packers are 6-7. Now you're including the Vikings at 7-6, and then I got the Rams and the Seabags.
Yep.
I like Seattle because of their schedule. They don't play much the rest of the way. They've got they're going to lose to the Eagles, but then they have the Titans, the Steelers, and the Cardinals. So I feel like they're going to go 3-1 during that stretch, and they can get in with that.
So Seattle's definitely in.
I think Seattle's definitely in.
Who's out? Who's out?
But it's such a great question because I don't definite. It's such a hard word to use.
Yeah, I'm making
Who's
you.
Definitely out. I know you are. I'm going to go against Jim. I'm going to say the Packers are out.
Oh, okay.
They're out. They're 6-7. They got no shot.
Right.
They're out.
Well, just like the 6-7.
I know.
They got a losing record. They can't make the playoffs.
All right, guys. So I'm with you, Jim, with the Saints. I got them in. No, I'm sorry. I got the opposite of you. I got Saints in because the thing is, someone's got to win the NFC South, right?
And they play defense.
Yeah. So I think the easy pick is pick someone from the South because they have to, someone's got to get in from there. The out is going to surprise you. I got the one with the best record out, the 7-6 Vikings, and here's why. They're basically on their 4th string quarterback at this point. They just scratched out a win 3-0 somehow against the Raiders. They're desperate, making moves. They benched Dobbs, which I said they should have done that before they played the Raiders.
Jefferson back though,
and he got knocked out right away. And he's going to be playing this weekend, but he's not the same player he was at the beginning of the year because the quarterback is different. I got the Vikings out.
Be careful. Be careful. The Saints' next game is against Tommy Cutlets. Tread very
less of a language barrier. I'm going London. Hey, they speak differently, but I can kind of understand. Right?
So just don't send Tua.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
As long as the Dolphins stay away, but they went. They were there this year.
But I'm always curious about the UK, so I'm picking London, boys.
And those are your football questions. The football blitz Omaha around the league 4-down thingy. I think I did it in the wrong order. Close enough.
But I think it got them all in there. That's all that matters.
Ding, ding, bingo. It's 97-1. Kang, you got questions?
Yeah. Usually Doug will flip a coin to see who wants to kick or receive. You guys just want to do this gentlemanly and just offer it up?
I want the ball.
Oh, there we go. All right, then. Here we go.
Take it.
Costa, you shall receive. Here we go, boys. All right, right off the bat, I'm going to kind of list off a bunch of rules because a bunch of rules are going to be discussed at the end of December league meetings, all right? So let's go over them.